Hello. Hey everybody, how's it going? This is Dice back again. Artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber Dice Bag. Dice Bag! Guess what we're doing today? Can you guess? Can you guess? I bet you can't guess. Oh wait, Art? How'd you guess? Well, I was going through my checklist to see all the things that I need to do and what I haven't added to them that I still need to do that I forgot to do or it's come up later. And I realized I still got a ton of class illustrations that I need to do. I'm like a little bit over halfway. So that is going to be the focus for tonight. We're going to be doing class illustrations left and right. And hopefully we can get more than a couple out. So yeah. Oh, and along the way I'll probably be talking about some of the new things I've been working on in the creatures sphere, you know, besides the art. Anyways, let's go ahead and jump into the Discord chat. It might be kind of light today. I know Kohei is going to be out because he is on the holidays with his missus. We'll see if any of the other boys want to pop in. But otherwise, we're just gonna get right into this. Start drawing. So what we're working on here is gonna be the Inferno illustration. I think. Actually, before I was thinking, I was pondering. And the thing I was pondering is that maybe this would be better for Inferno, because that is Ignition. That's the Ignition class right now. It might be better as the Inferno class, which would mean that I would need to draw the Ignition class right now, right meow. Because I'm not entirely sure, like, what it would look like. What another Inferno class drawing would look like, so I'm kind of stumped. Ignition and Inferno are two classes that do not have a lot of creatures to represent them. So, see, looking at it right now, Inferno is going to be either the Torkish family, which is this guy right here, is represented, or it's gonna be the Viper family, which is, let's bring them up here. Let me show you the Viper. F, getting the Fs. There's Viper. Then we have his metamorphosis, Infidian, which are probably the ones I'm gonna need to push for this one. I might be able to do like a Torkish instead of a Tortiki like I have in this other one. You know what? It might work out. It might work out if we just go with Torkish and have him like throw in a firebolt or something like that at the viewer. I might be able to pull that off. No wait. Inferno is what we gotta do. Okay. Okay, You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and just make this the Inferno one. We're gonna rename that right now, so I won't be confused. Then we're gonna rename this one as... No, wait, we have to do the other. Dang it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me close these things. This is how things go when you're trying to balance out the game. We're gonna rename Inferno Illustration to Ignition Illustration 2, because we already have an Ignition illustration. Then we're gonna rename the Ignition illustrations as Inferno. Alright, this will give us a little more leeway, then we can actually represent one of my new guys, actually, with the new Ignition page, or illustration rather. Alright, let's pull up the next guy. We're gonna be using him, or should we use the other one? That is the question that we must decide. You know what? I think I can work with this guy better. I think we'll go with him. Yeah, let's do that. So, I'm gonna go ahead and pull him up as a reference over on my other screen. Then we'll get into actually drawing here, finally. Oh, we need the mechanical pencil. Nice. Alright. So what I'm thinking... Yep. The head needs to be, maybe not that big. Oh, the perfect circle technique does not work as well with the mechanical pencil. That sucks. We'll just have to eyeball it then. Here's what we're gonna do. He's gonna need to be way bigger. Might need to do a little foreshortening on this thing, which is going to be kind of annoying. So let's say the hand is going to be here. Here's a little trick, an art trick for y'all. If you ever want to do something that has foreshortening, instead of trying to draw it like draw the body and everything, what you do is you draw the joints. You put the joints where they're supposed to be. And then you simply connect them.
Hello?
Oh, somebody's here.
Who could it be?
Evergrade, how's it going?
Well, what do you know? It is me. I'm doing okay. Tired. I may have mentioned it last time I was on here, but every day of the week felt like a Friday, in that I was ready to clock out.
I am very lucky that I haven't had to work very much at all.
Hmm. It's not even that I had to work. It's just that I don't. It's a little hard to get some leisure time, and yesterday was pretty bad because it was hectic and managed. Like everyone was wound up. I was okay, just bored and killing time.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and share the screen here. If I can
I
find
should
it.
I shall watch the screen as soon as you share it. There we go.
There you go.
That's a stream, all right.
We're trying to use one of these guys that I did last time for the class art.
Oh, okay.
So that's what we're going for here. He's gonna be kind of blasting the viewer with some fire.
Is it really good art if the character isn't trying to kill the cameraman?
I mean, that's some of the most dynamic art.
Yep.
We'll just have to see if I can actually pull off the foreshortening and everything.
Everyone's favorite, right next to backgrounds.
Yeah, I was giving the audience some art tips right when you popped in, by the way.
Ah,
I was saying...
listen.
Okay, now the music is getting too loud. Hold on.
Okay.
It disrupts my focus. I probably need to take that one specifically off the playlist. But yeah, I was saying, foreshortening is a lot easier if you draw in like the joints and the endpoints of things without actually drawing in the, or rather before you draw in all the limbs and stuff.
Real.
Yeah, so what I'm doing here, as you can see, is I'm gonna draw the hand. Like this is, the arm here is just kind of there as a placeholder. But the hand informs me where to stop and start, and then I just kind of divide the arm in halves and whatnot based on where that is.
Okay.
So we just gotta get this thing, the hand, right. Well, let's go ahead and just select this whole thing and squish it in a little further. So you see there, we got the hand in the right position. This is going to be blasting fireballs. And then we can just do the arm based on where that is. So we're starting like right here. That's the point there. And then the shoulder's going to be right here. So like there's going to be about the elbow. Of course, he doesn't really have elbows.
A midpoint.
He's got kind of noodle arms, like buff noodle arms.
Yep.
But there we can see where the buffness ends and the noodle begins. And oh man, I didn't expect to have to draw this guy from this angle because he has like the Goku hair thing going on with his whole outfit. His fur, I don't know what you call that.
The fell.
Yeah. we can just kind of wing it from here.
I see, because it's spiny.
Oh, because it's drawn from the front. And you know how Goku's hair is like this?
Yeah, and how it's usually kept that way at every angle.
Yeah. And that can be like this angle, or it can be this angle. And the hair is just the same no matter what. It's like Mickey Mouse ears. That's kind of the way I've drawn this guy. I haven't really thought about the 3D form of that whole thing.
I know what you mean. You just do as much as you can and hope no one notices.
And hope that if I eventually get a 3D artist to work with me on this game, they don't complain. Too much. How is this supposed to be in 3D? I don't know.
I'm not a 3D artist.
Oh?
That's your job. How's your week been, Dice?
It's been very slow. I worked 2 days this week, which was kind of annoying because they were both like half days. Not quite, but...
And the rest of the days you had off, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
So...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I came in for like 8 hours rather than the normal 10 on Monday. And then they had us come in for a Christmas dinner on lunch during day shift.
Ah, the mandatory Christmas dinner.
The mandatory Christmas dinner, yeah. On a different shift after you just got off your shift.
Ah.
And then we worked 5 hours, so we worked the rest of the day shift. So that was a little weird, but yeah, worth it to have the rest of the week off.
Hmm.
What?
Well, at least you got the rest of the week off. Work was slow for the most part until it gradually built up to the end of the week and everyone else got more and more stressed. Usually that just means I don't can find as much, carve out as much leisure time as I usually find ways to record. Tried that hard to look busy because I'm usually not bothered with pointless busy work. If something's going on, help. It is stuff that they really can't do with perfectly. Just kind of particular. Oh man,
I think you're kind of breaking up.
Better?
I don't know. You're gonna have to talk a full sentence.
Okay. Anyway, work was slow. It felt slower as the week got closer to the end because so busy, and very happy to not have anything specific weekend except till Christmas, which it's actually pretty cool. This is the first 3-day weekend of the year. Let's go. Because otherwise there are possibly up to 5 days off for me over the year if I don't take any days off myself.
Yeah, I do be taking days off whenever I need to.
I'm gonna be trying to take more, possibly space them out and have them near the weekend, so I have that all bundled together.
Yeah. My last job, I hardly took any days off, and that was the job I really should have been taking days off. That was one of those jobs where they're like 12-hour shifts overnight, 6 days a week, and we're gonna complain because you didn't meet the quotas we gave you, even though the last time you met the quota, we increased it immediately afterward for the next time.
Yeah. My job isn't that bad, but I'm still out of the house over 9 hours a day, so it can be kind of draining. Also, there are some very curious customers. One case I remember was how I occasionally have to do some customer service, and there was one case where a customer started off cool, but when he was discussing an issue, which was pretty much a case of trusting his word of mouth for something that happened over 2 years ago, he got really upset. I think he might have actually been shouting at me through the phone because you could hear him from a bit of a distance. Told me every minutia and detail about what was going on, and he did the exact same thing to my manager when I put him on, and I felt so bad because I could just feel his patience draining.
Your manager or the guy on the phone?
Manager, the guy on the phone, like, he used up all the goodwill we had for about 10 seconds. And we're in the position where we literally don't know who helped this guy a while ago, and there's no way for us to get the information. So even if it's true, which you kind of lean towards not to because he's so abrasive, we don't have a way to verify it.
Yeah.
Maybe he was telling the truth, but the issue is that he was trying to return something that, according to him, suddenly broke out of nowhere after not using it and not being touched.
Yeah, sounds a little suspicious.
Yeah. Usually that doesn't, with what he was using, it usually doesn't break out of nowhere. So that was fun. Thankfully, that's one of the worst cases. Other people usually just has me checking up on stuff they ordered, and it can be kind of tedious because depending on how busy things get, their stuff can be backed up, and I really don't want to be the one to tell them, that we said it would be done in X amount of time, and we can't meet the deadline we gave. It's not that severe, not too severe, but it does feel kind of awkward, and people on the phone do have a reason to be annoyed if we can't keep our word. Which does make me wish we'd give a bit more time on how long some things will take. Mainly as a buffer, because if you have if you're told something will take like 1 hour to get done, it's better if you find out that it takes shorter, like 40 minutes, and you save time, than if it takes longer and you have to than what you were told.
Yeah. Under promise and over deliver.
Yeah.
That's the technique.
Yeah. The logic to getting one part of the orders done right away is most likely that if we tell them it'll take longer, they're less likely to commit. But there are some circumstances where we can tell something is going to be a headache. It's not always guaranteed, but it's likely. And I've got other people to consult. We've got plenty of experience with some orders or problem orders. I understand wanting business, but my company's also really neurotic and honestly a bit too compromising when it comes to customer satisfaction, because there are plenty of cases where some people have genuine issues that need exceptions to be made, but a lot of it feels like customers just whining until they get what they want.
Oh yeah. There's definitely some customers that just don't understand that their expectations are excessive.
Yeah. I had one customer on the line. He asked what the price was for something. I told him I'm really technically not supposed to give price quotes over the phone. They gave me an attitude, so I just looked into it because I can still do it. It's just that I have to emphasize the prices can change. And when I told him the price, he said, pretty much said, yeah, whatever, and hung up. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure it's always fun dealing with customers when it's when it's something that's totally out of your control. That's the thing I hate about working with companies.
So there was actually one case, and it was somewhat partly, no, it was mainly my coworker's fault. He was supposed to update a customer who really, really needed something to be done ASAP, and he didn't. So I had to be on the business end of the customer going over her issues, which were very reasonable based on what she was told, or at least what she was made to expect. Except I kept thinking to myself, I understand, but I have had almost nothing to do with this issue. There was one, and I was a bit more involved, but I wasn't the person who started the problem. After that, that was probably one of the worst feelings I've ever had. And yeah, I was annoyed at my coworker, pretty annoyed at my coworker after that. Thankfully, it was a rare occurrence. Usually most cases if a customer is annoying, it's usually because they have an attitude, not because they're really, really bad with technology, and you have to explain the basics to them. Let's see, other things with work.
How's this guy looking? Give me your second opinion.
He's looking pretty good. Think of the fireball going off screen. Clothes are definitely angled properly because there's only one angle. The noodle arm's looking good.
I do think the fireball maybe should be a little more like so.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's not arched down as much.
Yeah. I think we'll get right into coloring this guy right about meow.
Sweet.
Let's see. What colors do we need? Orange and yellow. And blue.
He has an ice variant, correct?
Yeah. Well, not really a variant, just a different species that is similar.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a big fan of just doing variants after Pokemon did all their things.
I liked it, and then they added the alternate versions, and they kind of did something similar with Paradox Pokemon, where I've enjoyed a lot of their designs the most when it comes to their new Pokemon, but I think they muddied the waters.
Yeah, the problem I have with it is just that it's basically all the same thing, but it's presented as different things and treated as different things.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the distinction because I haven't seen all the new Pokemon, but I've seen a few, like with Tentacool and Toadstool and Wiglet and Diglett. I think the idea is that they pretty completely left their home environment, so they're considered different species. But I think I'm looking at some of the regional variants, and I think they count as different enough too. Like, let's see. First thing that comes,
I think the excuse they used for the like Wiglet and them was that they're not actually related. They just look the same.
That's it.
Which is kind of like, well, you didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
That's like a distinction without a difference. It's like, you made these things to look similar. You guys are the designers. You're just muddying the waters by making that the lore reason behind things to include something that doesn't need to exist in the first place.
Yeah, like, if they said... I actually think Wiglet's a bit more distinct than... The evolved form is more distinct from its other versions than compared to, like, Diglett and Alola Diglett, but... I don't know, I think that when it comes to, like, it looks the same but isn't, that one makes more sense. And I haven't played all the details, and I need to get into them. I look at the Paradox Pokemon as, like, I see them as, like, kind of the main gimmick. They look cool, but I kind of prefer what they did with the Ultra Beasts. Because from an outsider's perspective, when I see Paradox Pokemon, I think Pokemon that are not supposed to exist. But I think the Ultra Beasts did that a bit better because a lot of them feel pretty really alien.
Squishy Bananas in the chat on Rumble. Hell yeah, there, Squishy. How's it going?
Howdy, Squishy. I can't see the chat. Hope you're doing fine.
Yeah, I don't think the Paradox Pokemon are supposed to be things that shouldn't exist. I think they're just from a different time period. Which kind of annoys me even more because, like, they're just one-offs. They don't evolve or anything.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. The reason I'm trying to go with that, which is probably wrong, is that we kind of already technically have ancient Pokemon. They're just their own Pokemon and not
Yeah, they're
Pokemon
fossils.
that change. Yeah, like they're dead.
Like that's like the main problem I have with a lot of these different forms and stuff. It's like we've already done this, but it wasn't a different thing. It was just different Pokemon. Like the what is it? The monkeys in Gen 5. What are they?
Which
The
one?
Panpour, Simisage.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They're the starter colors or starter types.
Mm-hmm.
It's like those are clearly like related, but they're not a regional form or anything like that. They're not different forms of the same one. They're their own things.
Mm-hmm.
And like you can't tell me that those things are somehow more different than like an Alolan Vulpix is from a normal Vulpix.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just the kind of thing I'm going with when we get into the territory of similar creatures.
That they're entirely different. But
yeah, we're just gonna make them different species.
That's fine.
But what's another one? There's something else I was thinking of. Oh yeah, like the regional Ponytas and Rapidash.
Mm-hmm.
How are you gonna take a Pokemon called Rapid Ash and then make it into something that's not fire?
Yeah, I think that was.
It just it doesn't make sense.
Hmm.
And if everything just starts off as its own separate species, you don't run into that problem.
Yeah. I remember one. Oh yeah, they kind of retroactively explained how, like, I guess there's not I guess there'd be not technically an original Pokemon form, but the first Pokemon form you see, because they explained with Executor how there was I believe in the earlier Pokedex entry, they said that it came off from a far-off region with a lot of sun, which kind of implies that it was originally from the Alola region.
Yeah.
And it brought over to the Kanto region and adapted to the environment with less sunlight. Hence why it's stumpier in Kanto and bigger in Alola. So
And not a dragon.
yeah, because it doesn't have enough sun. Are you giving your plants enough sun so that they become big dragons?
Might become dinosaurs.
Good. It's more likely than you think.
We got Actually, I just put out a video on these guys. The one of the starter trios.
Oh.
We got Sara Bloom here. Nice big old Dilophosaur plant, dude.
Oh, I remember. I didn't get to. I don't think I got to share it.
Yeah, most of the plant creatures I have like some kind of photosynthesis feature that they can use to restore their health.
Okay, so regeneration, right?
It's more like you don't need to spend your player's or your conjurer's resources to heal them up, because the normal way you would replenish something's health, or a creature's health specifically, is that the conjurer would go into a meditative state into their astral pocket, and there they can heal their creature with magic, or at least refill its health.
Okay.
So if they have the sunbathing feature, you don't need to do that. You can just have them lay out in the sun for a while. And they'll
Okay.
top their health off just from that. So you don't need to spend any mana or anything like that. So it gives you a little more longevity.
I see. So it's one less thing you need to worry about pouring resources into if you choose that creature.
Right.
I gotcha.
A lot of the features for that that family in particular are focused around that kind of survivability thing. They grow berries around their necks, so you can use that as a food source. They can heal themselves, so you don't have to strain your resources.
Okay. Those are the out of combat benefits.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Trying to make sure the creatures aren't just like murder hobo pets. They have some other use.
That's very smart.
Because that's kind of one of the things I feel like is missing out of like the Pokemon games.
Yep.
Like, they had HMs to begin with, and those were sometimes kind of annoying, but it at the very least it like forced you to take the non-combat aspect of the game into consideration when you're taking your team. But now it's just like, no, you just walk from one place to the other and fight whatever's in the way.
Yep, and mainly battling and running around.
Yeah. Not very conducive to a tabletop RPG.
Yep.
Really, a lot of the things I had to kind of tweak in relation to Pokemon had to do with adapting that one to the other, the video game to the tabletop.
Yeah.
A lot of the world building in Pokemon itself is just kind of video game mechanics thrown out there.
Oh, yeah.
Like Pokemon centers. Why do you got Pokemon centers? Just because you need to heal your Pokemon. And it'd be annoying to have to do that in like a normal, natural way.
Yeah. It's that way of working with games where you think... I guess it's where you think of a mechanic and build stuff around it and explain stuff like kind of try to explain how stuff works later.
Yeah.
And for a game, that's a fine way of doing it, since you're focusing on the interactive gameplay part first, and you'd probably want to have that sorted out before you went too much into the details.
Yeah.
But for tabletop RPG, there needs to be... the logic needs to make more sense if you go more in depth with it.
Yeah, you can't just hand wave it all as like a game mechanic abstraction. That only takes you so far.
Mm-hmm.
And I am a fan of abstract game mechanics, but
Yeah. when I look at video game adaptations, I do like that even if it doesn't totally make sense, they try to explain or justify things. I still remember how in the I think it was the OVA focused mainly on the first game that came around when Gen 6 was big. They explained the reason why gym leaders have weaker teams is that their teams generally scaled with how many badges you have. So the gym leader isn't going to take out their strongest team to kill Trainer Joey and his top tier Ratatat.
Right.
Top percentage Ratatat.
They were all holding back.
Yeah.
Oh. This guy should be looking down, not, There we go.
They kind of tweak things in the games. I do remember how in Gen 8, it was one interesting thing was how there wasn't technically a battle with an Elite Four. It was a tournament arc where, after beating the gyms, you pretty much earned a slot and a chance to beat the champion. It's not much, but it was a little more thought out.
Is this from the animes?
No, that's actually from the game, but it definitely made it into the anime. Just a weird detail that stuck out.
I don't remember it deviating like that.
Well, I could be looking a bit more into it, but it was a tournament with all the gym leaders.
Which generation was this?
That was it. That was Gen 8, Sword and Shield.
Oh, yeah, the one I didn't play.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, this is kind of annoying.
Ooh. The select tool is not kind to you in these situations.
Oh, nope, not in this style. I don't have my nice solid colors to select.
It kind of goes... It doesn't know where to go.
No. Yeah, I've decided I need to, do like some quick art tutorial things.
Really?
Just as like one standalone things for people to see and watch real quick. Because there are some artists in our groups who don't know some of the more basic tricks you can do with digital art. It's quite clear when you see how long it takes them to do anything.
I may be one of those. I've been occasionally, but I out of my kind of.
Yeah, specifically, I was thinking of Ninja Togepi, because I commissioned her recently. And I asked her to record her process so I could use it in a video, like I like to do. And she had like 11 hours of footage after it was done. I was like, how the hell do you take that long? It wasn't that difficult.
Did she draw it from scratch?
I gave her a sketch, but like watching through it on like high speed, I think she did the line art like 3 different times. Which is a little unnecessary. But she... like, I think she's also, like, selecting specific,
Dale Dakery Pop.
Selecting specific
said,
colors for every
no
shadow.
Need to publicly shame me with only just figuring out how to use hue masks.
I
do Dale. That. Hello, Dale. Hi there in the chat. What were you saying?
I do that sometimes, but I haven't done it for... I don't think I've done it for a full colored piece, though, because it's just hard. It's just more time time to put in than just selecting one masking layer and having that be the shadow.
Yeah. And like when you use blend modes, you can get a pretty good color choices just from having one base color. It's like what I do with my bigger pieces is I'll just do the whole shadow layer with like one color, and if it doesn't look right, I'll just go back in later and like select that portion of the piece with the wand tool, and the flats layer, and then I'll just use the color correction to move it around until it looks right.
I've thought about that. I've thought about doing that. I just haven't been working on digital as much. That's very smart.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about your colors getting into the wrong color on the flats, because you're working with the same color on the shade layer regardless. But yeah, I'm thinking about doing little short videos that just talk about that. We'll call it Dice Bag's quick tips for quicker art, and we'll just do it like, it'll be like less than a minute. I could probably do it as a shorts, a YouTube shorts. There you go, YouTube. I got my shorts format for you.
Looking forward to when you hit 1 million subscribers from the shorts. Because that's all YouTube wants these days.
I tried doing shorts before, but I don't know, YouTube just didn't like them.
Sure. Even if it's a short of a video that I watched before shorts existed, because I don't have the attention span. I feel like that's gonna
Feel like it's what?
I feel like watching, if I get into shorts, it'll degrade my attention span even worse than it is now.
That is kind of the effect we're seeing, isn't it?
Yeah. I do sometimes notice I'm on my phone more at work, and I have noticed that makes me a bit antsier. And I honestly don't like using my phone to look at stuff. It's just the only way I can do it without getting noticed. Mainly just find ways to kill time, because it's usually not too fun, even if I am able to do something I like. As the years go by, I dislike reading on my phone more and more. Hello.
Did he leave?
Dale?
Oh,
nope.
He's muted.
He's busy. I will. I saw something funny. I'm gonna talk about it later.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good.
Dale.
Good morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, yeah, just surviving off only a couple hours sleep. It's okay.
Yeah. How's Christmas and summer?
The heat today is not as bad as it was yesterday, but I was also up all night doing, preparation for tonight's dinner, so... I mostly get to relax and sleep most of the day, so that'll be fun.
I'm going to be doing preparation after the stream for our family's Christmas Eve party.
We're going We're going to visit someone for Christmas, so we're not handling the bulk of the work for the party or for the get together. We're just bringing a few things.
Yeah, it's nice to take it easy sometimes. I'm getting out of all the obligatory Christmas stuff by cooking dinner, so I don't have to go and see all of the extended family and friends.
Oh.
I can spend Christmas Day just doing nothing all day, which I would prefer.
Yeah, that's usually how Christmas is for me, because we do all the family stuff on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, when you're really busy, doing nothing can feel like a vacation.
I always want to just do nothing, but I always end up working on something like this.
Oh, well, I personally don't want to do nothing. I just don't want to do the work I have to do.
Either I end up working on something, or I end up thinking about working on something, and then I don't relax because I've got decision paralysis. I hate that.
Yeah, I hate my hesitance and just thinking, should I do it, and just goofing off, but I can't completely relax because I have it in my head now. You know, I just want to say I really like your profile picture.
Thanks.
I saw that.
If only I knew who made it.
I saw that. I clicked on it and I noticed the quote, "PFP art is often stolen."
Oh, I've had that little bit in there for years, because usually I just use other people's art, because I like changing my profile picture like every other week.
Well, unfortunately, on the stream...
So I need to put that out there.
The new one isn't on the stream.
Yeah, because this is special. This one's for this server.
Oh.
Yeah.
Feel free to post the new one wherever you please.
He's not Australian on other servers.
Yeah, it's a facade.
How else will we know he's Australian?
It's more correct that the other servers are also Australian.
Finally, profile pic matches the person.
Oh, wait, what the hell am I doing? His hand ain't supposed to be black like that.
That was what... Are you gonna have it light up? Oh, that's not black at all.
No. He's got, like, gloves.
There's a Dragon Ball quote to be here.
What?
We were actually talking about Dragon Ball technically earlier.
Oh, no. It wasn't just an off-the-cuff reference, no.
Is that a mother-flipping DBZ reference?
The Dragon Ball podcast is
We were just talking about the Goku hair effect.
Oh yeah, his hair kind of looks like Goku, doesn't it?
Well, more the cloak.
It's like, it's that thing where it's just, like, it's the same viewed from any angle. It's kind of how I drew it.
It looks fine from the front, then you realize it almost never changed. Yeah, like the visual novel sprite effect, where you just flip, like it looks the same no matter any angle.
The Mickey Mouse effect.
Yeah, that's much better.
It has a proper name, and I should know it because I spent 2 years making a video game using that technique.
Every time you talk about animation, you're like, I should know this, but there's something about that.
Yeah, because I spent about 4 years studying animation and games design, and I almost finished it. So like, you think I would know the difference between like, I can't even think of examples. That's how bad at coding I am. But you think I'd know how a lot of it works.
If it's any consolation, I don't know anything about coding.
I took BASIC in high school. I also took C++, but when I went into the C++ class, the teacher was like, "This is the first time I've done C++ class, so we're gonna learn as we go."
Oh boy.
In my trade school, a lot of the times when it came to, because we were using Unity and C# just because it's easy to get a hold of, and it's a government college, so it makes it cheaper for them.
Of course.
But hey, it means it was cheaper for me.
Hey.
And it was fun, but it was also fun being like, oh, I want to do this project, and then the lecturer just going, I don't know how to do that. I guess we're gonna find out. Because I had a mate who was building an RTS.
Oh yeah, I think you mentioned
and
this before.
And it was completely antithetical to everything we were doing, because we were doing like turn-based RPGs and platformers and stuff.
Oh yeah, like the default things that everybody tries to do.
Yeah, and I was doing a boomer shooter because we had done a little FPS stuff, but it was just I wanted to use the 2D sprites.
Yeah, that's one of the problems I always run into when I'm trying to learn like coding for a game idea I have. But like every single time it's like, yeah, I'd like to have, I don't know, like a turn-based tactics. I like turn-based tactics, but good luck finding a tutorial that will do that for you really well.
What do you mean by turn-based tactics?
Like XCOM.
That was the first thing I thought of, and I wasn't sure because I only know of 2 games of XCOM nature. XCOM and the Mario plus Rabbids game.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, like Fire Emblem would be kind of in that vein.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. I mainly associate Fire Emblem with like souped up chess. Because
that's basically what turn-based tactics is.
Yeah. I remember. I think Persona 5 Tactica came out. It's kind of like that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, turn-based tactics on a grid.
Is that the one with the chibi sprites?
Yeah, the one with the chibi sprites for Persona 5, because there's a few of them for there's at least 2 for the past 2 games.
Not to be confused with Q2. Which is the more traditional Persona style one, but that's also in a chibi thing, 'cause it's the 3DS and stuff.
Yep.
Oh god, I just realized in a couple of days I'll actually be able to play SMT5. That'll be fun.
Hey, great.
I have had it for a while now. I bought it last year. It's just Switches don't have a lot of storage space.
I was just running into that problem because I was talking with my friend Gonzo. I'm tempted to play Rise so I can play with him, someone else, but I barely have enough room on my Switch for the demo I just downloaded. So I need to export some information from my memory card to the main console and see what I can delete.
Good old console problems.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still rearing the ugly head in the era of PC. Master Race.
Speaking of Master Race, I was thinking of getting Monster Hunter Rise for PC, but I was advised specifically to get the Switch version because the PC port isn't very good. Which seems to be the main issue that pops up with PC gaming, is that if it's ported from consoles, it doesn't have a lot of effort put into it.
Yeah, it's really weird because it's weird because all these games are made on PC for that format to begin with. So it takes more effort to port it into a console so that it doesn't work with PC, and then port the console version to PC. It's like, you have the working files, you can just fix this issue. Of course, it depends if sometimes an in-house engine is designed specifically for a certain software landscape.
It's possible.
Hardware. But usually a lot of modern consoles use PC parts now. Just cheaper and out of date.
Yeah, I don't understand. I've never understood why this is such a problem, except for the devs just not wanting to, or the publishers or whoever not wanting to put in the effort for it, because it's certainly not a power issue, and there's plenty. In fact, there's plenty of games that could probably run on some basics, not super advanced setups.
The funny one is when it's a Unity game, because in Unity it's literally just like you click one button and it exports it for a different platform. It's that simple. It's all built in. Like a lot of these modern big engines that are publicly available to purchase or even free, they just have an export for this platform button. So it's always funny seeing a Unity engine game that's exported from its console port onto PC and it's not working. It's like, you actively made this worse. Like, you can't fuck this up, and you did.
Oh.
The work was done for you and you still screwed it up?
You just reminded me of the meme, modern AAA game dev bit here. How you tell? 19 gigabytes of data.
I can't see anything on my HUD. It's just information and none of it's useful.
The notes from the crash take up more information than the game.
The crash all just links you to a Patreon. It's like, yes, my problem is solved. Thanks, game.
Patreon. Congratulations.
I didn't catch that.
The Patreon tells you the crash was a special patch.
Yeah, it was all a feature, not a bug. It's okay.
You gotta get a subscription for customer service.
Yeah, give money.
Hit the bell, like, subscribe, and leave a comment.
See, I'd be so good at
chat.
Why did I stop game design? I'd be so good. Bethesda hiring me.
Bethesda would probably tell you to not do any of the things you want to do.
Exactly. That's my point. Get paid to do nothing productive.
Okay.
No, kind of that's a result. Feels like the more advanced the consoles get, the less work is put into optimizing games. It can happen everywhere, but I always notice it always seems to stick out more on PC because there aren't any limits.
Or yeah, they can get away with it.
Yeah, like they should be able to pull off more.
Yeah, there's also still a practice when it comes to when like a company does design a game primarily for the console market to tie the animations to frame rate.
Hmm.
And sometimes they even tie physics to that as well.
Hmm.
And that can be a problem when anything is above 15 frames a second. Whatever. Sorry, I always go to that number because I specifically remember Bloodborne and how, like, despite that game being very gorgeous and the fact that it could be at a higher frame rate, there is no options to go above that because it's chugging too much.
It's
15 frames?
Yeah, so its actual frame rate is about 30 frames at highest, usually. I think it's capped at 60, but 30 is what most people experience at its best. However, most people actually experience about 12 to 15 because there's too much going on in Bloodborne for the poor PS4 to handle.
most optimized
on backwards
from
compatible
software
PS5s,
games.
it's more consistent, and the very last patch, was it PS4 Pro? The very last version of that apparently was pretty stable on, but that was really, really was like, what, only a couple of years ago. And Bloodborne's not a new game. It's been out for, God, like 7 years?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
2015? It's a bit old.
Kind of old. That doesn't sound too strange for From Software, because they're not particularly good at optimizing their games, from what I hear.
Depends on the team, and it also depends on what they're doing. Usually, if it's one of the games that Sony has actually told them to make, so that's like Demon Souls and Bloodborne and some of their older games.
I remember.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Armored Core.
Armored Core.
Apparently, they've had some hit or misses, but
Yeah.
Dark Souls 1 was pretty okay.
I remember
It
there's
had
one
some
specific-
issues though.
There's
launch
one
specifically because of like Blighttown,
Blighttown is what I was thinking
and no one knows,
of.
and no one knows why. To my knowledge,
Yeah,
no one knows
'cause
why Blighttown
apparently,
was
like,
fucked.
Apparently it's, I don't know if it's a bad area like on its own, but I also know that the game performance like crashes hard there, so it just adds on to any other problems.
Blighttown isn't fun because it's a poison swamp,
and it
everything
has
deals with poison and toxic and bleed.
and it has the worst performance in the game.
Yeah, on the re-release for Dark Souls 1, that's been solved.
That's good.
Like, I didn't play the launch Dark Souls 1, so I never had to deal with FPS Town.
FPS
But the
Town?
experience, yeah,
Slideshow Town.
yeah, good old cave.
Oh, I thought you were
Shadow
saying
Puppet Town.
first-person shooter. I was confused.
No, frames per second. It chugs. Playing Blighttown, imagine that, but it's most of the game, and that's Bloodborne. Which is a shame, because Bloodborne is extremely fun.
Yeah.
Very gorgeous world design and monsters. It's just, man, most of the areas in Bloodborne cannot handle the hardware it's on.
It looks cool. I don't know if I doubt I'll ever get to play it if it's never ported to PC.
Yeah, it's annoying that the Horizon games are ported to PC, and yet the Demon Souls remake and Bloodborne aren't. Because, like, it's kind of the games I want to play, because I didn't finish Bloodborne. I only did the main game. I didn't have the DLC.
Well, that's just a sign that Sony's doing healthy. Don't ask why they're porting some exclusives and not porting others.
Look, it's like, the new God of War games look cool and all.
Yeah.
But, I'm a weeb at heart. I want to play some of the Japanese games, and yet they're the ones that are not getting ported over.
Yeah.
It also doesn't help that, like, depending on the companies, like, a lot of Asian game companies, well, specifically Japan, don't like making PC games as a platform. They don't like it.
Yeah.
Because of the history of video games in that country.
I remember it's
And
only
also,
been
like,
something
office
that's
work
been
and stuff.
it's been slowly picking up for them.
Yeah, it's more, PC gaming is more popular in, like, Korea and China.
Kind of goes where the money is.
Yeah, and over in the Orient, it's kind of just where is most of the money for gaming? Mobile. And so you get a lot of shit, like the company that makes Genshin Impact and those games, they used to make a lot of mobile games, and that's why their games are pretty bare bones in terms of actual mechanics. Because their last couple of games are very advanced mobile games.
Yeah,
so they're still very basic in terms of game design.
That's the gist I've always gotten from Genshin.
Oh yeah, Genshin Impact is the Legend of Zelda, but on mobile.
It reminds me of a mobile game, like that kind of gotcha game where there's just like no actual endpoint, just gradual. You have to wait for updates and gambling.
Like
that's.
I'd like to rant about that for a second.
Okay. Oh boy.
Go ahead.
This whole thing of having collectible like characters and stuff, I am so down for, if it was ever done correctly, like, it could easily take the place of, like, actual, like, TCGs for me. If the gameplay if they actually gave a damn about the gameplay in any of these. But they never do. It's always just cash cow milking.
That's something that I'm interested in as well, is the whole collectible aspect, but without it just being a way to get money.
Yeah.
Because that's part of the reason why I don't play digital card games, is because you can just get the cards.
Yeah.
Like, I like the gambling, but I also don't like gambling to win.
Yeah, it's also...
Yeah.
It's nice that you have a lot more access to players at all the time. Like, I'd played Magic Online for a while, which is not the thing they got right now. Magic Arena or something, I don't know. But,
it's Magic the Gathering, just format-wise, it's a little different, isn't it?
Yeah, like, it was like the old PC game, kind of, in the way it was designed.
Structured? Okay.
But, yeah, it's just, like, I could have a night and I'd just play a tournament online. And, like, I can't do that normally with the physical cards because there's no local game stores in my area unless I drive, like, an hour or something. And I just don't want to do that because committing to the tournament is already too much time for me. Most of the time.
And not only that, but like physical card game tournaments are not fun. It's not a great environment.
There was a...
You get like 3 nice people there, the rest are all assholes.
I was in it once with the Pokemon card game. It was a casual tournament at a comic shop. It was fun, like, really chill. I didn't have a good deck, but I enjoyed myself. Then the place shut down later on because of a dispute between the owners. Surprisingly, not because it was getting killed by the comic industry. As for gachas, I tried playing one gacha, and after hitting a wall and later discovering that everyone else had hit the same wall and was going into grind mode if they didn't want to pay, I realized I just experienced every mainstream gacha game ever.
Yeah. There's one gacha game that I was really invested in that actually did a pretty good job up to a point. This was Marvel Puzzle Quest, which was actually really fun. But, like, the thing is, they started out with, like, 4 levels of rarity. And, like, already, the levels are kind of tied to the power level, the rarities. Because they're all capped at a certain level that you can power them up to. And obviously, the higher rarity ones have a higher level cap. So that's kind of weird to begin with, but it wasn't, like, super bad. It's not like the highest rarities are overpowering every single thing in the game. That is until they added another rarity, the 5-star rarity, which was literally like, you get one of these and it's already like near the max level of the 4 stars. And they also have like super broken abilities, and like that just completely destroyed the game for me. And like I had dropped quite a bit of money on it just to get like a decent 4-star. Like the main team that you would play at that time was like Iron Fist with Hulkbuster Iron Man was like one of the meta teams, and I spent some money to like max out a Hulkbuster just so I could be really competitive. And then along come the 5 stars, and like it just destroyed everything. Like I used to be doing well in like the competitive part, but then once that hit, it was just night and day. I just could not get good wins because of those guys screwed up all the scaling. I basically dropped that game overnight. It was so bad. But If they did something like that again, without the stupid cash grab of bringing in extra rarities that are overpowered, that would have been great.
Yeah.
So what were we saying before
French
that?
Crab said, "Hello there, stranger.
We were
I
on
says
gacha
two
games,
things I
and
love.
that's related.
Pokemon and TTPRGS.
Like,
hold on. We
Our-
got Cringe Crab in the chat there. Hello, Cringe Crab. Yes, we are working. I am working on Pokemon TTRPGs, as you might call them. This is Creatures, as you can see up in this corner there.
Cringe Crab said, hello, laughing face.
Yeah, this is basically D&D meets Pokemon. We're going with this whole Western fantasy aesthetic and style for everything, rather than the whole Pokemon thing with basically modernized sci-fi. So that's the basic gist of Creatures for you. And we got my buddies here in chat to hang out.
we get Cringe Crab. We're here to discuss our intrusive thoughts and help Dice Bag progress.
They're there for background noise when I go into focus mode.
We are very noisy.
Let's see. I need to find the next class to get something. To get some art.
Cringe Crab said,
Which class is
a
needed?
friend of mine is actually planning to host a Pokemon-themed campaign. Cringe Crab said, it's fine lol.
What were you saying, Evergrade?
What other classes need art?
Alright, sorry, I was listening to Geronimo here. We're gonna have to turn him off.
Ah.
Let's see, where's my thingamajig? Alright, there we go. Alright, Cringe Crab, we're gonna mute your TTS. Because it gets disruptive when I've got people in voice chat. There we go. But yeah, let's see. We got Blizzard, Brawler, Chiller, Dazzler, Enchanter, Flame Tongue, Frostbrand, Gale, Gummy, Halo, Horned, Juggernaut, Leaf, Paladin, Quake, Serpent, Stalker, Stone, Telepath, Terror, Tree, and Trumpeter. And with this one that I just did, I've got all of the illustrations I need for the next video I'm making, so basically a free-for-all. I can pick whatever I want.
Alright.
Maybe we can go for just go down the list alphabetically and do Blizzard. I haven't drawn the Blizzard guys in a while.
Sure, why not?
Now let me find them.
So, may I be so bold to assume that you are in fact a gamer?
Me or Cringe Crab?
I was talking to Dale.
Oh, to Dale.
What?
I'm sorry.
I've been absent the entire time doing something else. I've just been like 0 brain cells active.
Story of my life, man. Dale, are you a gamer?
I guess.
Have
I
you
played
played?
quite a few video games?
What is one game you have played recently, if at all?
Oh, I just finished the new Spider-Man game from Insomniac.
Gay.
The latest one?
It's fine. It's okay. As one of the local Spider-Man fans here, I don't hate it. However, it is not that great either.
Okay, so
It's not the worst interpretation of these characters, and the way they're done is quite fitting for the setting. But like half the game is quite short, and yet half the game feels like filler. It's only like 20 hours long.
Sad.
And yeah, the deuteragonist, his like subplot just doesn't matter.
The what?
The
deuteragonist, secondary to the protagonist, right?
Oh.
Yeah, Miles.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Which is a shame, because Miles' gameplay is a bit more fun. But like, I don't know. I'm also soured because the Miles spin-off game they made, the entire point of that game was that he simps for a terrorist. So it's kind of hard for me to like this Miles when he's like not being heroic. But he's better in this game than that one.
That seems par for the course for modern game industry.
I hate this trend of superheroes trying to justify terrorists' actions. It's like, do you understand what your entire genre was invented for?
Hey,
this is like if Captain America legitimately tried to excuse Hitler's actions.
Yeah, listen, he may be a terrorist, but he has a sad backstory.
Yeah. So,
maybe.
A lot of terrorists have sad backstories. This one didn't, she was just a loser. I'm not even kidding, she was just a loser. Like, the thing that she was fighting for was being solved naturally just through time. I don't even remember what it was, I think she was just jealous at a corporation. Yet she was better than them and clearly going to make more money the legitimate way.
Yeah.
Like, she was bound to be more successful. And then she's going... It's funny, there's a bit in the game where you're chasing her, and she's jumping from building to building, but like the way she uses her like jump pack boots or whatever, like they explode. And they take out like levels of buildings. Like they're super dangerous. And the entire time Miles like, we can talk about this, just stop. And she's like, I don't want to hurt anyone. Meanwhile, there's a building on fire. Because she just jumped from one to another. It's like...
Because you just flame farted.
You're causing a lot of
city.
You're causing a lot of civilian casualties for an ideological gain.
They'll walk it off.
And it's a very personal grudge too. One that goes antithesis to like the philosophy of the person you're doing it for. It's very strange.
Yeah, reminds me of how it happens sometimes in games like with Prototype. I've only heard about this with Prototype. One mission, like one moment you could be rescuing someone, and the second the mission's over, you can eat them.
Yeah, Prototype's fun. Prototype's a fun game to remember because I remember watching Prototype 2, and that game is basically, do you want to play Venom from Spider-Man? But without the Spider-Man stuff? Because the powers are very similar to Ultimate Spider-Man's incarnation of Venom.
Yeah, that is kind of
yes.
how it is, isn't it?
It was fun when I did play a little bit of it. I can't remember it though because I was a small lad. Prototype's a good game.
Prototype was... I never played it. It was my first experience with playing a game on PC that wasn't made for it, because it was a slideshow. I barely got through the first actual scene before it either crashed or I just gave up. Very, very fun. I think it took me over a decade well over a decade since then to get a decent gaming PC, and I'm mainly interested in old stuff. Go figure.
Oh yeah, in the past couple of years, GOG has been my best friend because I've been on that like secondhand nostalgia trip for like old strategy games or like the original Thief game.
I haven't. You need to go on GOG. It looks good. It's just that I haven't had any problems with Steam, so it never popped it into mind.
I use GOG as a secondary thing. Like, they have better sales in terms of price-wise sometimes here in Australia. But that's because they're also like really old games that other sites just won't put on sale because they're old, so they're not profitable. But like, you don't buy the brand new thing from GOG. Also, the benefit of GOG is I used to play the Witcher card game a bit. I really liked Gwent. And so I would get a bunch of free shit for Gwent.
Cool.
Yeah, it was. But no one wants to play Gwent. Which is a shame, because it's actually kind of fun. And then they changed the game, how the game works a second time, so I actually don't know how it's played anymore.
Oh, that's always nice.
Sad. Maybe you just need a patch update.
You need to download the patch for your Neuralink to get the new rules for Gwent.
Update yourself. Get Elon Musk on the hotline.
You should update yourself now.
That's a very strong argument against cybernetics. I don't even want to update Windows. Why would I want to update my brain?
Oh my god.
I think imagine you get cybernetics and you get a constant pop-up of needing to update yourself.
Yeah. And then you do and half of your functions are gone.
Gotta pay for them now. Can't use your left eye? It's because you're not on the subscription service. Prime Vision by Amazon. You want binocular vision? Fork off $20 a month.
Oh, you don't like seeing in black and white? Why don't you grab the color DLC? Hope you're not too cheap. Also, I'm looking on GOG. They actually have a few Rayman games.
GOG was interesting because they were the first place to have some of the old Metal Gear games. Like, they somehow got a hold of Metal Gear Solid 1 before the remaster collection started getting released again.
Weird.
But yeah, mostly it's great for like some of the old games. Like there's Rayman on there. There's what's in my library? I think I've got Daggerfall because I remember that being hard to find. All of the old D&D games and the old Warhammer games that are pretty hard to find are on there. Let's have a look at my games.
I'm still thinking about like brain updates.
Arcanum.
Just imagine you update your cybernetic brain and now you can't find the poop function because maybe they moved it somewhere.
My brain is too smooth. Your updates slide right off.
Yeah, what if your hardware is incompatible with the latest update? Too stupid.
Imagine running Linux.
Is that what autism is for these brain updates? Just incompatible. It's not industry standard hardware. At least then you wouldn't need to jailbreak your own brain.
Let's see. I'm not sure if I'll get it, but I'm adding a few things on the card on GOG. I also saw that Ukulele is on sale there, like it usually is pretty much everywhere else.
That sounds like a veiled insult.
More kind of an observation. I think it's also a publisher thing because I noticed Team 17 seems to have like I'll never see their games unless they're on sale. I don't know if it's constant or they just pop back up a lot.
Man, I'm glad Kohet isn't here for what I'm drawing.
Yo, wait, what?
I'm glad. You know
What
what?
did I
I'm
miss?
glad. You know what? I'm glad he's not here
We're
either.
doing this guy. Remember him?
Santa.
I love the staff. It's the guy.
I noticed the staff.
I can't believe you committed to that.
that S.
Is that a consistent thing with every creature that is this guy?
No,
Or
that's
is it,
only
like,
it's
just
only on
this
him.
one?
I have decided that is going to be some
They have unique
mysterious
states.
sacred geometry that pops up in the creature's world. The
What does it
S.
mean?
like someone's just walking around and they just see it on like a barrel somewhere. Like, what?
No, you'd find it in like ancient ruins and stuff, and some like
The creature's lore. Yeah, there's like
the
some
wizardy
like, great
creatures will have
school.
it.
Like whoever the gods of the creatures universe are, they like sent down the first men, and then the first men were basically all just grade schoolers, just drawing that everywhere and then forgetting where they put them.
Mm. I'm currently looking at the Steam page for the publisher Team 17, who publish things like Ukulele and Worm. Almost everything they have is on sale, but that could just be part of the season. It's just a little weird to have it be everything. So it probably works because they're still around. What's this creature's name?
This is Tyrandolph.
Cool. Ha, literally.
It is thematically appropriate, I guess.
Just in time for winter.
Man, that would be nice.
What?
Winter. That would be nice.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That doesn't they didn't add that to Australia yet.
Yeah, they didn't put that in the latest balance patch.
They had I can't believe Australia has just been permanently nerfed.
That's okay. Our prime minister shit his pants though.
Well, on
Yeah, that's
that
a thing
note,
that
welcome
happened.
back, Cringe Crab. I'm glad you like the S.
Good. Everyone should.
Everyone likes the S.
Not just any S, it's the S.
Everybody knows what you're talking about when you say the S.
It transcends culture too.
It goes past the area.
And I didn't realize how annoying it would be to draw all the fluffy stuff on this guy when I designed him.
Don't worry.
That's
it'll
my
pay
least
off.
favorite part about Christmas profile pictures.
What?
All the fluffy stuff.
Oh, the fluffy
Like
stuff.
the wool. I hate drawing wool.
Santa ruined Christmas with his beard.
Ruined it for artists, at least. Yeah, that is something weird about being an artist, how there's like consistent problems that every one of us has to deal with. And it's like an inside joke for everybody.
You draw hands recently. Wink.
I draw hands. Have you ever drawn on the wrong layer?
Oh, buddy. Buddy. Yeah.
Oh man, when I first found out that there were ways to do multiple layers to do digital art, I was like, oh, you mean I could have been not screwing up this entire time?
Don't worry, Dale.
Yeah, the moment I graduated from Microsoft Paint, basically, to like any other system, which apparently that has layers now.
That doesn't surprise me.
I can't.
It's just,
man.
How many years did it take for that to happen, though?
I can't believe Microsoft Paint is like an onion now.
And Devin almost spat my water out. That would have been bad because I just wasted all of my money, so I don't have money to buy a new monitor.
I was more worried about your keyboard.
Oh no, that's easy. Keyboards are like $20.
But Cringe Crab says, comment on artist problems. Hands, face. Last save was 5 hours ago.
That one.
I mainly hear about hands. Faces, yeah, they can be awkward, but I don't think it's one consistent problem. More like a bunch of less severe problems that are easy.
No. When you finish your picture, like the face, and then you flip the canvas.
I knew you were gonna say that. I knew it.
And it looks completely wrong.
One.
And then you flip it back, and now you can't unsee it.
I just don't flip the canvas because, like, there are some cases where it's like Goku hair. It's designed to just look at.
It's
one
like
layer
Goku hair. It's designed to be silly.
It's a feature, not a bug.
I definitely don't save my drawings.
It rhymes.
You just take photographs of them with your phone and post them on social media.
Oh my god, I used to do that for a little while.
I still do that sometimes.
That's how the Instagram people do it.
Because then you can save the high quality JPEG.
More like eyes in
Maybe
particular.
that's how NFTs should have done it the whole time, was just actually take out phones and take photos of them.
Cringe
Polaroid camera it.
Cringe Crab says, like, eyes in particular, and the eyes are being tilted. That's
just something I can never fix.
Face symmetry.
Yeah, I don't mind some asymmetry, but if it's a lot, I won't notice it at first, and if I do see it, I just have to hope that it doesn't bug me enough that I feel like I need to change it, because a little bit I can overlook. When you draw a straight line and you realize there's a big disconnect, that's when it feels bad.
Yeah, it took me a while to do one of the latest pictures I actually publicly released. The face I was drawing, it's asymmetrical, and on the angle it's not perfect, but it's good enough that I'm like, this isn't bugging me too much. Because if I keep tweaking with it, I'm not gonna get it correct, and I'm just gonna make it worse.
Yes, that's actually something important you need to learn as an artist. There's a certain point where you need to say something is finished, put it down, and
there's some point where you have to lie to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I finished this.
You don't lie to yourself, you just say, the normies won't notice.
The normies are... That's one nice thing about normies, aside from them being a catalyst to good things being ruined. They're very forgiving.
That's how things get ruined by normies, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't keep girl boss, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There are a lot... I do tend to notice that on first glance, there are some art oddities, I'll put them, that I do tend to miss until I look at something really closely. at some point there you do have to just stop constantly polishing a piece and just call it done, because you're never gonna get something perfect, so you're just fiddling away at it.
I have to draw the S in perspective here.
Rip and rest, buddy.
Evergreen, you don't realize how how deep that cuts to me right now, because I've just gone over to my entire Chaos Space Marine army for Warhammer and gone. I know I half finished painting this before I started the paint job again, and now I'm half finished again. But what if I just restarted from scratch?
Dale, I know it's not as it's more in depth than a digital piece, but just finish it.
No, you don't understand.
I don't understand, and I don't want to understand.
I don't like the color balancing of the metallics of music. It's that simple. I've got some cool colors, and I want to use them all, but that looks fucking gross.
Dale, you have valuable time. Use it properly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dale.
Sure. But
Dale, put down the minis.
But Tiny Spaceman.
For once in your life, Dale, please be base.
No, do you know what the worst part is? I own an airbrush, so I could have actually finished these a long time ago. I just forget that I have the airbrush. I could have been speed painting a lot of this stuff.
Cringe Crab says he has to go and wishes us a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Cringe Crab.
Happy Christmas.
You have a Merry Christmas too.
Merry Cringemas.
Sounds right.
But guys, every day is Cringemas.
We are on the internet, so that's true.
Yeah.
Have you thought of an interesting name to call the eventual stream in January?
Do we need a name?
It'd be fun.
Can we call it the Cringe Cast?
We're not gonna let that die, are we?
I don't know. When did it come up?
Maybe we can take another cue from Oni Plays and call it Severe Artism.
Ooh, good one.
Hey, I'm artistic, aren't you guys?
And the best part is, a good artist is a plagiarist.
Good art is...
It's inspiration, Dale.
It's not stealing if no one asks questions.
Plagiarism is just inspiration for great artists.
Yeah, the whole imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Yep.
But with legal disputes.
Unless it's AI.
Yes.
Oh.
The AI still has a certain look to it, even if it seems fine, that kind of gives it away. And I keep worrying that one day it's happened once or twice, but I feel like one day I'll just automatically be assuming some artist's artwork is AI generated because of the way it's drawn.
Yeah, there's a particular artist that I used to follow, and a lot of AI art, especially anime AI art, seems to be based off of their kind of brush style. The way they do color blending and stuff.
Yeah.
Which I'm not opposed to, but it's always weird, because now I can't tell if it's the original or if it's some AI art that's just generic.
That's my main concern, because for the most part, I can tell when AI art...
you can tell if the fingers are screwy.
Yeah, that's my main concern. It's not me mistaking all AI art for regular art, because most of it just has tells, and so much of it is the same type that you can pick out the tells, especially if there are no hands. It's that if I see an artist's work, they draw on that generic realistic anime look that every AI art piece copies, and just think, oh jeez, is this real or is this AI generated? And I'm gonna feel really bad if That's my first thought with someone's piece.
You know, I see a lot of like indie creators that aren't specifically artists kind of going gaga over AI art. And I think they're going to shoot themselves in the foot if they double down on that. I just want to get that off my chest because I've been thinking about it, and if AI art is really gonna like become commonplace, especially in like corporate things, then it's gonna be like the most generic default thing ever in a few years of that.
Yep.
So if you're gonna be mimicking,
that's funny actually.
If you're gonna be mimicking that style, you're just kind of gonna be like, eh.
I'm surprised that there's not a lot of AI art that's like in the CalArt style, this easy mass-produced, not hard to like make out of random blotches and shapes.
I think like, you just described
those corporate like neo. I'm trying to think of the
corporate art style,
the big tech art like Facebook. Uses.
Where they've I can't remember the actual like. It's like neo-modernism or something like that. It's based off a specific art movement, and it's like not something I care about.
Well, there's the problem. The reason that AI art
is all designed by people, yet it looks so manufactured by a machine. Meanwhile, there's AI art that looks a bit more like human art.
Yeah.
I find that funny.
We are kind of at the point where companies are thinking of they're going to want to try using AI art for their work, and we're at the point where some stuff gets so bad, like writing in shows, the AI art would probably be not as bad if they used it.
I have seen AI writing. It is very bad. However, you could probably use it as like and just call it a ghostwriter and then spruce up the script.
Yeah,
you could probably do that.
That's the biggest problem. It's going to be something a lot of companies are clueless about.
For Hollywood, I mean, I'd take ChatGPT over most of the writers in Hollywood at the moment in terms of like big name productions.
Yeah, I think that's how a lot of people feel.
Like, I would happily fund that.
Yes.
Like, it is like they keep hiring people that either don't care about writing the thing they're writing for, or people who have like no experience. And like this is their first screenplay or like their first piece of writing ever.
Yeah,
you parade them as if they're like a big name in the industry. It's like you worked on like one episode of a TV show as like a gopher to get coffee. Why are you a writer?
That reminds me, there apparently has been some interest over a company trying to use AI to make localizations of something. I think it was the Magus Pride sequel manga.
Oh, it would probably be better than actual like English localizers.
Probably.
You get less of their internal like personal politics shoved into it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that on online in the past few days.
Yeah, I posted my thoughts about it. Like, even worse, like, there are some annoying localization changes, but the worst part is the attitude of localizers. There has never been any scenario where I see a localizer comment pop up when I'm not actively looking for them that doesn't make them look like the most abrasive jerk ever. Or just pretending to be stupid about why people don't like their changes.
Yeah, a lot of the localizers nowadays seem like they can't tell the difference between writing something to make sense in a language and writing something in current day Zoomer speak.
Yeah, that's what localization is supposed to be for. Making sense of something that doesn't make sense when you directly translate it from Japanese. I don't mind changes, but there should at least be more be a fair amount of thought put into them.
Yeah, you gotta work with some figures of speech, but
yeah,
they're putting like Among Us memes and things like this nowadays, and it's like that's clearly not going to age well.
Yeah, that's my problem.
The classic patriarchy comment in Dragon Maid, where it's like,
Dude.
do you know what show this is? Do you think that's appropriate at all for this very hypersexualized character to be complaining about being hypersexualized when that's her shtick?
Yeah, that actually reminds me of two Pokemon, Smoliv and Lechonk. Like, Smoliv is obviously a play on the words of Smol and Olive, but if you just look at it as
Lechonk is just a meme. Like, that's not even an attempt.
No, wait, I remember the name. Apparently, the name is Spanish for pig.
No, this is a bad excuse. Spanish isn't a real language.
Can't question that. That's just
Spanish
accurate.
is literally just bootleg Italian.
Okay, here it is. It's not a guarantee, but the idea is that Lechonk may be a combination of lechon, Spanish for suckling pig, lech, and oink.
Or
that is
just
too specific for it to be correct, let's be honest. Like,
No,
like, there's no way the English localization team thought, yes, because, like, usually the Pokemon have different names in Japan, don't they?
Actually,
they always do pretty much. But there are
because they're usually Japanese like puns and play on words, aren't they?
Like that generation is like inspired by like Spain, I believe. So
yeah,
that is true.
Get some of
however,
that. Like they got Meowscarada and stuff like that, and that's obviously like.
However, I think Lechonk was just a meme. I feel like that this excuse is not correct for this one, and it was post hoc justification.
I understand why you'd feel like that. However, Lechonk also feels a bit too blatant in putting him into a game. Like,
I will give Lechonk a pass just because it's funny to say.
Yeah.
Lechonk.
Like Dice said, the main reason I thought of it was because like the Spanish for lechon and Paldea being like vaguely Spain inspired fits too well. Like if you don't look in a decade from now, if someone looks up Lechonk, they probably won't know what chonk means, but they'll be able to see lechon and oink, and those are not going to be unless Spanish disappears.
In like 500 years, someone searches up Lechonk, I doubt they're going to see the Pokemon. I think they're just going to see a big fat cat on the internet. Oh boy, he chonky.
I don't know. Lechonk has gotten around since he came out. Like on the topic of his name, though, I could definitely see them basing it on the Spanish because, of course, like the region is based on Spain, and also I've done a lot of research in that sphere for my own guys. And some of my guys have non-English inspirations for their names.
Oh yeah, like I do that too. However, I just don't want to. I just like being what's the term?
A pessimist.
The bad faith Barry in this situation because Treehouse is shit.
I actually
they need to fire Treehouse.
I like some of Treehouse's stuff,
fucking up
but
their games.
They've gotten worse in recent years.
Okay, what is Treehouse? I'm not familiar with this one.
That's Nintendo's localization team.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're the reason why almost every Fire Emblem game is nothing like in Japan.
Oh,
Fire Emblem is the worst case.
They change every relationship in Fire Emblem.
I still don't know.
I like Fire Emblem, and I don't care about it.
Do they make it gay and lame?
Kinda.
I mean,
like they.
I don't think they actually have to change anything for that. if it does.
They made one character a bit more, like, instead of interpretive to be bisexual, I think they just made them gay in one of the English ones. They add in a lot of, like, random dialogue, though, like, a lot of, like, Tumblr memes from, like, 20 years ago. Like, I think Three Houses was the one that everyone knew of, because they, like, removed one of the options, because one of the characters was, aesthetically quite young-looking. Meanwhile, she wasn't that much younger than the other characters, but because aesthetically so, they're just like, oh, we can't have that. But only with the female characters. With the male characters, it's fine.
Oh yeah, of course.
Of course.
Of course. You know, there's double standards are the industry standard.
That's definitely something I hate when they insert like modern memery into things. It really takes you out of the setting.
Yeah, I don't. I can forgive it if it's sparse and actually will make sense if I wouldn't know about it. But too much like modern dialogue can be annoying, and not even just memes and memes. I remember I was watching the dub for JoJo Part 4. It was good.
God, why would you watch the English dub for JoJo's? Why do you hate yourself?
The English dub is good. It's at least better than most. I have fun with it. And, like, some of the modern dialogue throws me off, especially because I know that it's a manga made in the 80s. It's from a manga adapting a manga made in the 80s.
Oh yeah. Part 4 was not the 80s, I don't think.
I don't know. I remember
Part 5 was in the early 2000s.
So it was in the 90s. Okay, because it's a localizer problem, but I feel like I don't think it's a malicious problem like some things. I think it's just localizers not getting out of their house or off the internet. Just because they don't know how. It feels like a lot of people don't really know how to talk to like match a setting or feeling.
I'm kind of upset that more projects don't have like in setting dialogue, so to speak. So for example, like
figures of speech that are specific to the setting.
Yeah, or like I really don't like seeing things that are supposed to be based on historical time periods where they aren't using terms or phrases that are very common in those periods. Like, I hate seeing the terms, like, modern terms for, like, men and women in things that are supposed to be, like, Dark Ages, early medieval period, because they don't use terms like women and withmen. Which are the correct terms depending on the region.
I understand.
Or, like, mispronouncing like parts of languages in a fictional setting that they made up is also one that gets me. Like yeah, if they come from different regions, sure, but if everyone's brought up in the same area, they're probably going to pronounce one name very similarly.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm willing to forgive that depending on how quote unquote faithful they're trying to be, or if they're just trying to think, oh cool, medieval setting to swing swords.
See, yeah, I think this also relates back to the adaptation stuff. It's not about being one-to-one accurate, it's about being faithful. Like, the Lord of the Rings films aren't very accurate to the books, they are extremely faithful, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, they exude the aura that the books are trying to give off.
Yeah,
whereas, like things like The Witcher Netflix show don't at all.
Yeah, and
a lot of, like, English dubs of anime don't either.
Yeah, sometimes there are cases where they don't get it right, but you can tell they're at least trying.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate effort.
Like, I think a lot of like older localizations, technically they got a lot of stuff wrong, but they were also working with less resources. I remember hearing about how the Super Mario RPG was pretty much done by one guy who had 2 months to translate everything. That's a worst case scenario, but
that's pretty rough.
The resources were sparser back there, so I can understand some changes happening just to meet the deadlines.
And you couldn't go to Google Translate for half of it.
Yeah.
I would argue that despite the resources and like the technology being worse and sparser, got better results out of it because there was more passion in it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even if you the changes, like, they probably happen either way, but they were done in good faith. At the very least, we didn't have Twitter, so the people who were responsible for changes couldn't freak out constantly. That's the part that bothers me the most. Like, the localizers are always, they're the exact same person. They're always so angry and ready to lash out at anyone who criticizes their work. And they should know why, because they're the ones changing stuff, because this is icky, or it doesn't align with their worldview. Like, that's not your job. You're supposed to get stuff to people as accurately as you can.
Oh, but that is their job as far as they're concerned.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. And it is. They might. Well, and who's to stop them? Not the people paying for them. To let them handle billion-dollar properties.
The people paying them need to get their ESG scores up.
Don't worry, guys. You can tell how high the ESG score is by how low the sales get. Maybe, and I think I'm just realizing I really got into gaming during the Wii U era when it was getting really popular.
Oh, it sounds like we have a little baby here.
No, I'm not. No, but I was very casual to that point. I don't even know why I got in that specifically. It was just online more. I got a bit fascinated and dug into it.
I was playing games since the Amiga.
My first game was, at least one of my first games was Pokemon Blue on the Game Boy Color. Yeah, I was one of the lame kids who didn't get red.
I didn't get either because I emulated it.
Yes.
Because my parents were like, why do you need a Game Boy? We have a computer. There's games on the computer.
Well, they were right.
Also, get an emulator, kid. We can't afford a Game Boy.
Yeah. Don't worry, I've looked into it. Definitely not because it's so hard to get to reasonably play a lot of stuff without a subscription. No. Because why sell things separately? Everything has to be a subscription now.
Well, this wasn't the case when I was a little boy. The only subscriptions you had when I was a kid was MMOs. EverQuest. He had Ultima Online and EverQuest, and that's about it, and I will blame them for eternity for making subscription models a thing.
Yeah. The only subscriptions I ever had, I think I had Amazon Prime for a while, which I kind of had to get presents, so I'll need to cancel that before it makes any charges. I love the free 30-day subscription that'll charge you if you're not paying attention. Very cool.
Oh yeah. Anytime they say free subscription, and then they ask for your credit card.
Every time.
Every time. You don't get a free subscription for that period of time. You get a free month with paid renewals.
Yeah. That was fun.
Auto renewals.
Oh yeah, I had Netflix for a time. No, I don't think I was the one paying for that. I had a gym subscription I forgot about because of time because of work. And right now the subscription I have is Nintendo Switch Online, partly in case I want to play online, because one of the things I actually thought was okay about the Switch Online was that it was technically worse than the other two consoles, but it was at least free. But now it's charged, and there's a subscription model attached to it, so it does have games I haven't played. A lot of games I haven't played at least, which I actually do want to play. Just wish. I don't think I'm ever going to get the N64 upgrade. That is too much.
N64 upgrade?
Yeah.
You are speaking foreign tongues to me.
The N64.
Talking about old consoles and Nintendo ones to boot.
The Nintendo Switch Online subscription. You know how they offer retro games?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They had a separate tier for an extra $20 to play GBA and N64 games. Yeah. And of course they didn't GameCube games because for some reason games are just really big and with the storage space, selling them separately never makes sense. At least that's how I think of it, because they always neglect that system.
Really?
On the Wii, on the Wii,
big?
I think they're comparatively big. I remember on the Wii U eShop they had pretty much NES, SNES, N64, the Game Boy Color, pretty much everything except the older handheld stuff, which was on at least on 3DS and the GameCube. They even had Wii games on there. Yeah, unless it's remastered, they never re-release GameCube titles. And with the subscription, sell them. I have wondered about the logistics of setting up.
Okay, you're kind of breaking up again.
Sorry. Better?
I don't know. I don't think it's your actual proximity to the microphone. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Okay, well, if it comes up again, I'll just be close to my mic. Let me go. Okay, my icon was kind of freaking out.
Reconnecting might have helped.
Yeah.
You're definitely jittering on the last thing you were saying.
Yep, I thought it was just my way of speaking. Anyway, I was thinking about an idea I had of the possibility of a company having a shop and a subscriptions service together, but I assume that the sales they'd probably cannibalize each other in terms of sales.
Isn't that like what every single company is trying to do or has been trying to do?
Yes,
like
everyone
with their own launchers for every single thing, even when it's through Steam.
Literally everyone wants to be their own business. Like their own.
God, I hate launchers.
You don't want to have a launcher for literally everything, Dale?
No, I don't want three separate versions of DRM to make sure I own the game that I purchased. Like, my god. Like, the only benefit of having those kinds of launchers is, I guess, maybe, like, I don't know, like the Total War launcher, because you can launch any Total War game if you just have one. As long as you've got it installed. Like, if I open Total War Warhammer, I can launch Total War Shogun. Like, if I just decide I want to play a different Total War game. But the problem with that is like, it's not necessary. Because they're all in the same library anyways.
Yep. Everyone...
And if I wanted to go through that effort, I'd just have, like, a big folder, like a My Games folder, like we used to have back in the day. And just launch them from there.
I don't know. I think I kind of appreciate the way that you have the Larian Games launcher. And then when you open Baldur's Gate, you get the Baldur's Gate launcher.
Hey, it's like the opposite of PowerPoint efficiency. The more clicks you have, the more efficient, right?
Right, totally.
Look,
It's definitely how it works.
The funny thing about the Larian Games one is that for Divinity Original Sin it makes sense, because you could I mean, it doesn't actually work like this, but in theory, the Game Master mode they have, where you make your own map and you just play D&D with their system.
Yeah.
Their RPG as a tabletop digital RPG, that's cool, and that would excuse a launcher, or games that are multiple games in one package.
Yeah.
So when you get the DMC collection, all 3 of the original Devil May Cry games, they're different games with different rules. They have different game mechanics, and some of them even use different engines and different lighting and textures. So it would make sense for that to be in the launcher. But I don't need one launcher for a game I've already launched. I don't need 3 launchers for that one game either.
Still don't know why everyone decided they wanted to have their own launcher.
So they can make their own marketplace and they don't have to pay Steam.
I knew that there was a reason. It was on the tip of my tongue.
That worked out for EA with Origin, didn't it?
I don't know, did it work out? Do people like Origin?
No!
No one likes
all EA's
Origin.
games are now on Steam
You're
again.
being sarcastic. Okay, I get you.
Yeah. They tried. But now, because they actually committed to Origin for a couple years, if you buy a Steam game, it downloads a light version of the Origin launcher.
Uh-huh.
Dude.
So now I've got an extra application running in the background when I'm playing Titanfall 2, because I need more of those.
Alright. Hooray! And with Titanfall 2, one of EA's favorite games.
Please don't hurt me like this.
Sure, I'm glad they didn't abandon it for a subsection of the game experience.
Please don't do this to me. Please, this is still an open wound.
Man, Titanfall 2 is the GOAT. It truly is an Apex legend.
I hate you.
Damn, it's okay. It's okay. Because the truth is, you were the Titanfall 2 all along.
You killed your streak, I think.
Yeah. I'd rather go back to bitching about anime. This is painful. This is bad memories.
I'm sorry, man.
At least it wasn't my favorite game. God, Dirty Bomb. Dirty Bomb was my favorite FPS. And they just killed it out of nowhere.
I've never heard of that.
Me neither.
Yeah, I know. It was really fun. It's kind of like Counter-Strike, but post-chemical warfare London. Accurate Brexit simulator. To be fair, it does look like modern-day London. But it's like a team-based. It's kind of like Team Fortress 2 in some of its objectives, but it had a very heavy focus on doing the objective rather than getting kills.
That's different.
Yeah, that sounds like
it was very, and they were very fun objectives too, and the movement was very fluid, and the gunplay was quite fun in my opinion. Some of the classes need rebalancing. There was a bit of a gacha element too, as well. Like you would get a character through like random rotations, kind of like MOBAs, where you'd have rotational characters, and then you'd pull out characters, and then you could pull out characters with different skins and different weapon loadouts. But they had like a general theme they stuck to.
It sounds like a proto Overwatch kinda.
It's more mechanically in depth than Overwatch ever would be.
I would hope so.
I'm sure.
But the focus on the getting objectives over kills and stuff.
Yeah.
That is one thing I liked about Overwatch, is that you actually had objectives to do, rather than just killing people.
I can think of a game that did that many years prior, though.
Which one would that be?
It's Team Fortress 2.
Oh, duh.
Overwatch.
Never
What
that
Overwatch
one.
tried to be better than.
Team Fortress 2 sounds cool. I hope it does well.
God damn it. It is surprising that Team Fortress 2 still has a pretty healthy player base, even though the devs have neglected that game for like nearly 20 years.
So they haven't ruined it for 20 years.
Oh no, I did ruin it.
Oh, okay.
They
ruined it.
They
Then
tried to give it
abandoned
CS:GO's competitive system. It didn't work out that great. And also, you can't use GIFs as sprays anymore.
Why
I
they
loved
changed
that
that?
you could. I think it's because people were using porn GIFs in their sprays in public lobbies,
Of course.
which
that might
is
have
part
an
of the
impact.
fun of Team Fortress 2 is finding dumb shit like that. Team Fortress 2 was the definition of a very broken game that was extremely fun. Like, man, that game's balancing will never be good, but it will be enjoyable to a degree.
Yeah.
And I really went overboard on this guy's eye shading.
It looks nice.
It don't look bad, it's just more complicated than I usually give creatures. That's like human character eyes.
The most dangerous creature of all. Man.
I don't know, that goo boy seems kind of spooky.
It's definitely not true in my setting here.
You're just
Goo boy.
you're just mad he has a tail, Dale.
Yeah. I'm more mad on the exact way it was drawn.
I will say
The
right
tail's
now,
existence isn't the problem, it's how it was drawn.
the tail is not a butt plug. Okay? We don't have
that's
any
good to
Guru
know.
debates or anything like
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Alright.
I was having this debate with my mate the other day. It's not a debate though, she just confirmed it.
I don't accept it.
That's the kind of lore I can live without knowing.
I do.
Guru do be trolling, I believe.
I think it's acceptable. She do be a little mischief maker. Besides, it just means that now no one can get upset at certain types of art depicting such. Because it's canon.
Oh no.
On her normal, although it does look like it's coming from the bottom of the spine. Because I also didn't realize that she had dorsal fins modeled onto it, which is a nice touch. Wasn't expecting that.
Dorsal fins?
Yeah, you know the big fin on the shark back,
Oh.
the big pointy fin. at the top?
I think I've seen it, but it never quite registered with me. Never see her tail when I see clips of her, but I haven't really watched many clips.
That's the thing with a lot of VTuber designs. Most of the time you just don't see the majority of their little design features because they're in the corner with half their body hidden.
There's going to be some genius who makes a VTuber model that's just an upper body.
Oh, they already do half bodies.
Oh, like the Twitch meta that just came and went?
Seems like it's still around. They're just trying to keep it alive. Past
It's
its
not
prime.
I noticed it. I still see similar stuff like that. It's more covert.
I don't know, some of the big popular, like, non-VTuber streams on Twitch still get away with just straight-up softcore porn.
Well, they're not really being subtle at all, even. Like, they're just...
They're not. They're just...
The stuff they're doing now is...
depends on how big it is publicly, in terms of, like, broader acceptance.
They're just literally putting censor bars over their bodies now. It's like, what? How is that...
Yes.
How is that...
The adult comedy cartoon approach.
Yeah, how's that a legitimate workaround? That they're allowed to do that. It doesn't... Just make the rule. There is no rule. It's just whatever we feel like. Because that's clearly what it is.
Honestly, Twitch might even have some sort of appeal if they just make it a Wild West and say, we don't have rules, we'll just ban you if we feel like it. It actually might work out for them if they actually advertise it as such. Because then people would make it a game to, like, speedrun getting banned, or, like, see how far they can push the edges.
I think the Twitch meta would come back even worse if they tried that. If they said
That's what I'm saying, though, but, like, at least then it would be honest.
Yeah.
I do wish there was more Wild West internet these days. That's definitely something I miss. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, but
yeah. Yeah, everyone seems to base the resistance around Twitter, and on Twitter, no one can speak like a normal person. Everyone has to have a hot take or have an attitude, even when they're stating a fact.
yeah, well, character limits kind of do that to you.
Look, man.
You have
the character
to
limit is
simplify
stupid.
the way you say things, because otherwise people won't click the view more.
Yeah, it's like a lot of content creators. I saw the observation that people essentially become parodies of themselves to make them to be more recognizable.
Oh yeah.
And when I heard of that, it kind of changed how I viewed a lot of people and a lot of, like, inside jokes. I don't know if I dislike it, but it kind of gives me a different feeling when I see it more often, especially if it's not really something that clicks with me.
Now, I'll go on record in saying I'm not usually as talkative or as, well, what's the word for it? Forward, I guess? I'm more reserved in my normal life, but, you know, when you get on stream with other people, it's just...
There's a certain amount of a persona that we all have.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like how people, I guess... I don't know if it's not even a streaming thing. It might just be easier to act one way online than it is in real life. Because...
Also, I'm not around normies right now, which is a big reason why I'm more reserved in real life.
So what you're saying is your life is good right now.
Sure. That's another thing too. Like, I realized when I started doing streaming, there's like the big old meme with VTubers of like, oh, this VTuber used their real voice, and it's like, when you go and watch those things, and it's like, okay, that's not the real voice. That's the exact same voice. They're just being more relaxed with the way they talk.
That I've never clicked on those videos, but that makes perfect sense what that is.
Most streamers aren't good enough to just keep up like a completely different voice. They're just enunciating better, and like I'm doing it right now. I'm using a little bit of my singing voice more so than my speaking voice, because my speaking voice is just kind of like it doesn't get picked up very well by the microphone, you know?
Yeah, I think I may have gotten over it because I have to be louder, but I used to have the issue where when I'd speak, I'd usually be too quiet and have to repeat myself several times.
Yeah. That's something that bugged me when I was watching my videos for a long time, is just that it's so hard to consistently get the microphone to pick up my audio, so occasionally I just cut out because there's like a certain part of a word that I don't enunciate properly, and it just doesn't come out. It's just a mumble. So I've literally got the microphone like inches from my face now. What you see on the screen is pretty accurate.
ASMR. VTuber eats his microphone while drawing.
Hey there, Mushmouth. What you doing?
Never do that again, Dice.
One of my goals is to do a Fat Albert ASMR video sometime.
Finally, good ASMR.
I need to watch more Fat Albert though. I'm not familiar with all the lingo they use and they talk about.
I guess we all need to catch up on our Fat Albert lore.
The thing is...
No, I'm okay, thanks.
The thing is, the Fat Albert voice is literally the same as my death metal voice. It's just a whisper. The death metal voice is. So, you're talking like Fat Albert, and you just put on an Ebonics accent, and then you just go down a little bit more, and now it's a death metal voice. And if you put the accent back onto it, then it sounds like Fat Albert whispering in your ear.
Gives off the vibes of that old Flash game on Newgrounds where you played as like the murderer Bill Cosby.
Rice Gum Posture Bot is in the Rumble chat. Hello, I don't know if you're an actual bot, but welcome if either way.
Well, bots are getting pretty popular these days.
They do be getting popular.
Is he a new localizer?
Hopefully. If he's on Rumble, he must be more based. I don't know. We don't have a resident expert here.
Aw, dang. I've been deluded.
I was gonna say, I thought Dale was the resident expert.
To be fair, I asked the question.
You know, I guess Kohat is the expert on girl monsters, and Dale is the expert on monster girls.
Monsters flavored like girls, as opposed to girls flavored like monsters. That is our dichotomy.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward... I'll bring it up now, but I'm looking forward to a debate where I'll hear about our elves monster girls.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I don't agree.
Just the unfortunately tells me how this would go if I remember to bring it up.
Like, dwarves are monster girls in technicality. But
dwarves...
like, these are like... I need to get my tier list up,
I don't think
these are, like,
normal
the very
humanoid
soft
races are considered monsters, though.
Okay. I would argue that there is a depiction problem here. Like, elves and dwarves should not just be normal humanoids. They should be different.
I agree, but...
Like, I liked how Divinity's elves are all, like, they eat flesh, and that's just a normal thing for them. Despite them being people. That's just normal. Because it's a part of their biology and culture.
I don't like how lanky they are.
I do. Oh, I used to hate it, but I really like the long horizontal ears now. Like the really long anime ears. I really like that.
I'm okay with that. Well, I'm just not down with like tall, long elves. I like small elves.
Christmas elves.
Not that small. Yeah. Not gnome-sized.
Not gnome-sized.
Because it's not a gnome.
You don't want a ping of your gnome.
You're bringing those words into our lexicon again. No, thank you.
Oh, you don't want to know how to say it the real way? Fine.
Well, I'm gonna save this as a PNG right now.
A ping.
Be gone.
I will not be denied.
This is awful. I hate this in-joke. This is the worst running gag I've ever seen.
There is no joke, it's the truth.
By far the worst running gag.
You're a running gag.
Oof.
We're all running gags.
Running out of entertainment content.
Are you the clown or the punchline?
See, I actually don't understand what that means. But
I don't.
The clown.
Clown.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
Are you the Joker or the one being joked on?
But usually the clown is the punchline. Hang on.
Oh no!
I understand slapstick comedy.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. So no matter what, we're all getting laughed at.
No, you know what they say about tragedy and comedy, right?
Boy, I hope I didn't just do the meme and not save the right file for the thing I just worked on.
Did you,
oh my god!
Did you remember to actually put on your time lapse as well?
Oh, but
no.
Well,
we did it. We did it, boys. Full circle.
My side's hurting right now.
That's a twofer.
That feels bad. I'm sorry about that.
I don't see it in the folder. I don't see the Clip Studio Paint file.
Wait, no. Oh, no. Check recent files.
Uh-oh. It's not looking good. I could have sworn I saved it before I saved it as the PNGs.
No.
I'm not seeing it anywhere. That's shit. That's sad. Well, it's a good thing I finished it, I guess. At least I have the finished pictures.
That is... I am so sorry, Dice.
Wait a second. No, wait. I just named it wrong. It's still here.
Oh.
Yeah!
That's good.
Let's go!
My amusement has been ruined, but that's good.
I wish I could be amused, but I was actually... I felt
I did the exact same thing the other day, so that's why it's good. It was like... Now it's
jeez.
I named it as I would name the PNG, but it was still the CSP file. Okay.
You gotta name your pings right.
Shut up.
Yes,
you're probably the reason why I almost did that.
Yeah, if you hadn't called it a ping.
Maybe you just didn't name it right.
Well, I didn't name it right.
Did you put .ping at the... Did you put .ping at the end?
Stop.
apparently I didn't put .ping because that's the reason it saved me.
All right.
But I have a format. I have the main file I call the class name illustration, and then for the main PNG, I have it the name illustration page, and then for the transparent one, I just have it as straight up name illustration, and then I also do a cropped version of those, and that's my naming. That's my naming method, but I named the actual CSP file as class page rather than just as class illustration. Crisis averted, though.
Thank goodness.
Now I have to find out which one is the one I need to delete.
Oh.
Okay, that's the PNG file. That is the properly named CSP file. Okay, we'll get rid of this one, and we're all set. Thank God. We're back in business.
Thank goodness.
The only reason I noticed that is because I was trying to line it up with the other examples I have to like crop it properly, and like one of them wouldn't let me place it in the layers, so I was like, what's going on? Oh, it's a CSP file. Alright, I think that's all saved properly now. You know what, we might have to call it a little early tonight. I do have some presents that still need wrapped for tomorrow. This would be a good stopping point, I think.
I managed to get my present wrapping done once today, except for one thing. But that's just gonna be some printing out something.
Oh, I'm just now seeing the Gura picture you posted.
I saw that. I never knew she had dorsal fins.
Yeah, I did not know she had fins on the back of her hoodie.
Appreciate it.
That's nice. It is a shame that we never
design a lot more without the headpiece. I'm not a big fan of the headpiece. I think it's
yeah, I've never been a fan of those like detached hood things. They look very childlike.
Yeah.
I thought it was
it'd be a lot better if it was just a hood from a hoodie.
That's what I thought. I thought it was just a hoodie. It looks weird as a hat.
Nope, it's a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not fond of those design choices. Hoodie preferable. Does she not have a hoodie on her? Like
it's a jacket, I guess.
So that's just the collar?
It's kind of a poncho. Yeah, it's just the collar. Like, it could also be a hoodie as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the front, it definitely looks like she's wearing a hoodie. But then it's like, they've also got the other hood that they put on her.
It's
You know,
like-
I'm glad she
It is an
doesn't
odd
use it that
design
much.
choice.
But then she also doesn't stream that much.
Yeah, which is part of the reason why she's tolerable. Despite the fact that I have like I've got VTuber merch, I generally don't like a lot of the big name VTubers. In fact, and I mean, I think I've publicly stated I'm not a big fan of it as it's currently is. In general.
It's the kind of that thing where
Like-
you genuinely do like something, but if you talk too much about it, people will think you hate it.
You talking just VTubers in general?
In this case, yeah.
Well, I mean, a lot of them are cringe.
It's
like-
I mean,
I
case
just,
in point.
no, Dale, please tell us how you
we're
really
talking
feel.
about me.
Yeah, he
I
talked.
was waiting for an example. I was like, oh wait, he's
Yeah.
talking about me.
I mean, look at
Please,
look at him. He talks.
ruin everyone's day.
He's talking with two nobodies right now. We're just lighting up pings.
I'm talking with two peers. I'm also a nobody. But yeah, definitely there's cringe. Like, I can barely watch
Especially the English ones.
Callie, for example.
I remember watching Callie, and
I hate her
I'm not-
because of her actual like music stuff though. Like not Callie, the person behind it is very interesting to me. Like I like her like actual music. That's
Ye-
a separate brand.
Mm.
I just
I haven't listened.
every time I try to watch a
Not
stream
the
with
rap.
her,
I
I'm
can't handle her rap.
like I'm just in constant state of cringe because she's always putting on this like cutesy pseudo ASMR voice, and it's like that's clearly not
Yeah.
how you normally
Yeah.
talk.
I listened.
and it's not her stuff. It doesn't seem like her aesthetic.
No.
Yeah, here's the thing.
It seems very manufactured, and it's probably a thing from the higher ups too. Like
I listened to
I
her
imagine they have
stream.
a degree of like direction behind them.
I remember.
I
yeah.
don't know. I feel like that's something you can't really put too much pressure on for when you're doing streams for hours on end.
I used to work in a library. The way she spoke when I was watching a stream reminded me of a librarian I worked on. Except she generally talked that way, just being very polite, and she worked with kids a lot. So I think it was kind of a habit at that point. That's what it reminded me of, and it kind of felt weird having that in a casual stream while playing a game.
I find a lot of them are also like a bit of variety streamers too aren't that interesting to me. Like they don't have a shtick or a niche they stick to. And a lot of the gaming ones I'm just not into because usually I'd rather prefer playing a video game.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not too into gameplay anymore unless there's like substantial unless it's like a different experience. Like Oni plays is fun for me to watch because I'm not there to watch them play the game. I'm there to watch them be like dickheads and goofballs to each other. while
Yeah.
playing the game.
Yeah,
Like,
collabs have always been fun.
Because if
more
I
fun
wanted
when
to
it
play
comes to
Resident
gameplay.
Evil, I wouldn't go to Oni Plays and just watch them play it. That's a very different experience.
There's definitely a lot of VTubers that like I like the VTuber, but I don't really watch their stuff because they don't do streams that I care for.
Yeah, that's me with some. There are also like for some of the more big like Hololive in particular, they have good moments that are great to be clipped and then animated after the fact.
Yeah,
But the
problem,
stream that it comes from might be boring as sin.
that's
I think that's most streams.
That's the
That's
problem with that's the problem with clips. Like, oh, they give you the impression that things are really cool, but you're really just getting the highlight out of 6 hours of streaming.
Yeah, it's quite draining.
And like, you could easily cut out more than probably cut out half the dead time with editing, and there'd still be a lot of stuff to get rid of that just isn't interesting. And I'm not blaming someone for not be entertaining 6 hours.
Yeah, it's
6
kind
hours
of
while
just-
balancing gameplay,
it's
but
kind of just part of the medium, isn't it?
it is.
Yeah, some of them
Going
can
to be
talk
live for
for
that long.
very long. And it's not always the ones you'd expect. Like, Fauna is very good at just doing the stream of consciousness blather that's actually pretty entertaining. And she has a nice voice to go along with it, so I like to listen to her. I'll watch Fauna all day, like if it's something I actually want to watch. Then there's one of the new girls, Bijou, the rock loli. She's kind of in the same vein of Fauna, but her voice is like more annoying. Like, it's kind of cute.
That's always the worst part, is when you can tell the voice is extremely performative.
Yeah, well, she's kind of cute for a while, but she does like 10-hour streams sometimes. And like halfway through, I'm like, okay, I've heard enough of the high-pitched voice. We gotta go on to something else now.
Yeah, like, I think the worst part about, like, imagine introducing someone to a streamer, you tell them this is their real voice, and they just think the voice itself is annoying, and there's nothing that can be done to change that at all, because that's just how they talk.
Yeah, that does happen.
That must be... Yeah, imagine if you're a fan of that situation, and they just find them annoying. It happens, but it's gotta be pretty awkward.
It's like my mom, anytime I try to get her to watch something animated or something.
I've never given the idea of trying to get my family into my hobbies. And I consider myself fairly
possible, in my opinion.
My family is kind of nerdy in general, so like I figure, you know, maybe they'll appreciate, like, I don't know, one of the Star Wars animated things or something. But no, it's animated. It's animated. That means it's for kids.
Well, yeah, my parents, they're just old. They're just older. They don't really get my stuff, but they don't actively try to look into it. They just kind of think, "Oh yeah, I'm glad you're happy," kind of thing, which is better, because I always when I was younger, I got the impression that they thought my stuff was pretty weird. Which was why I kind of keep it to myself, because some of it can be really weird. Which I'm glad is good. Can be good normie repellent, but it does make it a little hard to introduce it to people IRL.
The problem with normie repellent is that it's repellent for like 90% of the world.
Yeah.
Good.
That's fine. I can live with that.
Be gone, normie.
They're just...
Return the internet to once it was.
Make internet difficult again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make it weird and... Yep. Once again, bring back the multi-user dungeon. I want every experience to be Space Station 13.
That reminds me. Speaking of normie repellent, I was thinking earlier how with the VTuber industry, I guess, it does feel like it's trying to grow and get big, yet as a whole it seems tailor-made to appeal to the really niche weeb internet culture.
Yeah, very like
there's a lot of
shut in with lots of money types. The people who would play gacha games.
Yeah,
those disgusting creatures.
It's a lot more pronounced in the English sphere, because the English people are like super weebish. They're like, oh, everything Japan. We gotta learn Japanese. We gotta have tours of Japan, and it's like Japan this, Japan that. But like, for the Japanese side, they're just kind of, that's normal for them. They are Japanese.
In their culture.
Yeah.
And
that's just their pop culture.
I know, like, the big VTuber agencies are huge in Japan. Like, they got brand deals out the wazoo and everything like that.
Yeah, and a lot of the models are based off the Japanese idol industry as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I could definitely do without all the idol culture stuff and VTubersness.
There are some VTubers I would probably watch if they would stop doing like a lot of music streams and productions. Like, stop. I I'd rather just listen to you talk about Chris Chan for an hour and a half. And then go on to, like, why Tim Tams are different flavored in your country.
Yeah, that's like a thing.
But the music.
Especially, like, with HoloLive and stuff. They're real big on that, but...
Yeah, every HoloLive talent has to be, like, a musical idol. It's like,
yeah,
why can't they be different?
Yeah, they always have, like, a portion of the year.
Some of them aren't really good at singing, I'm gonna be honest, Chief.
Oh, no, that's definitely true, but there's, like, a portion of the year where they just, like, get taken off to Idol Boot Camp, and it's like, can I have my streamer back, please? I don't really care about all the stage show stuff. Can I just have the streamer back that I enjoyed?
Yeah, sometimes I just want to watch Guru play Minecraft very poorly.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I want to see her be bad at Minecraft.
I do appreciate them actually
feel better at the game.
I do appreciate them having trying to have the streamers make things that are consumable within an hour, like shorter. Not just 2-hour streams, but it's usually just singing. Usually seems to just be singing and streams, and I don't even like. Occasionally, you'll see a compilation from the company itself, but that's pretty rare.
Yeah, like you were talking about, not all of them are good singers. Like, that's Fauna to a T. Like, as much as I like her, she does not sing well. And that's weird because
everyone's got their own talents.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just weird because she's a really big ASMR girl, and you'd think that kind of skill set would translate to singing, but nope.
Yeah, but I don't really have a good sense of what.
Maybe she just needs to look into different voice acting things.
Maybe. I just don't have a good sense. I don't really have a good sense of what is good singing or not. So I tend to be kind of easy to please.
I think if you watch like Fauna's karaoke streams, you'll know.
The live karaoke.
Like I don't think she even practices for them or anything like that. She just does them for fun.
Yeah.
And it's
part of the reason why I don't like do singing or stuff, even when it's just like me and my friends. Like it's when I'm home alone usually.
You don't want to.
Even then, I try to like not.
You don't want to humiliate the big singers.
Yeah, kinda.
Your chords of steel.
No, it's more like I'm a blight on music. I have very little musical talent or like understanding, despite being surrounded by musicians.
Yeah, This is current day. You think talent is what makes money?
You have to use that auto-tune, boy.
Another thing is there are a couple of VTubers that when it first picked up here in the West, I immediately noticed they were using auto-tuners. And like, it's not because they weren't subtle, it's just because I've got a lot of friends who work in music.
You talking in like their music or on stream?
Both.
Both.
It's even funnier when it's like a different auto-tuner, so it sounds like it's not just their normal auto-tune. What's our opinion on the all VTubers are men in disguise meme?
Obviously not.
Yeah.
I've seen Pace on.
Yeah, like there's
He's not a man.
I mean, there's a couple that have been doxxed, for example, where we just like, I think Pippa was doxxed a couple of years ago now.
Like everyone doxes them.
Like we know Pippa is definitely female. Which...
You know by how many crime dramas she watches.
Okay, good point.
Like
she does have opinions of a female.
Awesome. Ooh. Here I was thinking I was the misogynist on the streams.
Oh, please.
Well, sounds like you're having a woman moment, Dale.
Yeah, apparently so. Too much of that empathy, I guess.
Stop having feelings. You're not supposed to have those.
But yeah, and like, obviously, like, when they do, like, unboxing videos and stuff with hand cams and they're not using gloves. It's like some people's hands give it away, you know?
Bone structure exists, despite what we want to deny.
And yeah, most people's hands aren't so muscular that you can't see the bones peeking out.
Yeah.
Like usually knuckles are visible.
Or just the shape. Like,
yeah,
you can kind of tell. I've never believed in like all girl VTubers are male, but
it's a fun.
I do. Well, I do kind of lean into a lot of them are using a fake voice, or at least some of them, but not because they're faking it. It's because they're using some sort of. I think using a voice changer makes more sense because, like,
oh,
just
like I was
also
saying
the entertainment
earlier.
industry. All of it's performative.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, I definitely have like a streamer voice that I'm using like right now. Not super hard, not because I'm deliberately doing it, just because I'm like been trained to speak up and speak clearly.
You've been to streamer boot camp?
I do that too.
No, I haven't been to streamer
I did
boot camp. I've been to trial and error camp. I've been to listen to my own work.
I did a lot of media and not acting per se, like plays, stage plays. Like that was things I was interested in. And if I could sing, I would be doing musicals because that sounds fun as all hell. But I can't sing, so that doesn't matter. But like everyone to a degree, even if they don't notice it, like the way they'll enunciate, like even when I'm around some of my friends that I've known for years, if I'm talking to them, depending on the context, I will be talking differently.
Oh yeah.
Like
when
like,
I'm
I
at
will
work,
enunciate things differently.
like
or have a
when
different
I'm in a
mode,
factory setting, like I've been working in for a long time, I practically sound like a redneck most of the time, just because that's who I'm around. That's what I'm talking to. That's the accent I affect.
Like we're probably all putting on a not facade in a mean term, but like a performance. And it's not because we're being rude or that it's an ill
We're trying
thing.
to be fake or anything. It's just
it's just part of presenting yourself
and getting the microphone to pick up your voice.
Yeah, I was going to say
for me.
Yeah, I definitely speak louder than normal.
There we go.
And I've actually got I have an actual mic in front of me.
Oh wow! I imagine having a real microphone.
Oh man, imagine being one of those orcs that uses a laptop mic. That wasn't me for over a decade. Oh
god!
Streaming has really made me appreciate audio quality way more because that's such a difficult thing, and a lot of it just. It doesn't even have to do with like the equipment or the settings. It's just speak into the damn microphone.
No, don't swallow the mic.
I'll figure mine out someday when I start caring better.
His doesn't sound too bad.
I might have to pick up a new microphone before the January stream too. Just to make sure I don't like purposely tank the quality of everyone else.
I used to rely on my headphone mic, but it stopped working when I was trying to play a game with a friend. So I just settled and grabbed my own. Just something I knew I could rely on instead of the tiny one on my headset.
Yeah, a decent mic has been a good investment for me.
I don't have to worry about it bugging out at least.
Yeah.
Though for some reason
I get the right
notoriously
mixer,
bad.
the right mic, and just fiddle with it until you find something that works.
Yeah. I think I saw a recommendation for this one. HyperX. Managed to get it for a decent price. and I just realized today that you can angle it. Hey, it's turned to this. It's at a 45-degree angle. I think I have what it takes to be a real streamer now.
Yo.
The mic isn't straight.
Wow. But do you have an arm that you can adjust and take with you whenever you lean back?
My favorite things.
Yep. No, but I can lean away from the mic so you can tell how far I am.
Oh.
Or the audio quality just cut out.
I'm leaning back, and my microphone came with me because I pulled it back.
Oh,
you can't see
the PewDiePie almost flat chair thing.
You can't see it on the screen, though. You can't see it on the screen. Trust me.
Immersion broken.
Immersion broken. Oh, I better lean back into the microphone then. We can't have people having their immersion broken by the cyborg glitch on the screen.
Yes, I prefer
matching the way he's talking.
Just like a real VTuber.
Dice was a man in disguise this entire time.
Oh no!
Are you trying to tell me Dice isn't a woman? He's not an anime girl?
I'm definitely a cyborg. You can tell because I have my arms on the screen whenever I do unboxings.
Is that? I'm sure. Look, one of his eyes is different. That only a cyborg could be like that.
Just go check my Keyforge videos.
Or your old card game production one.
Oh well, don't go back then.
You don't realize this, Dice, but I actually found you years ago before we met.
Oh really?
Because of that game. It was promoted in a stream I was watching or something, and then that's how I found that. It was a while back.
New Dice Spec lore.
Wait, was this a Sargon stream?
I think it was. I think it was one of the old Sargon streams.
I super chatted him one time. Yeah.
What?
That would have been before like everyone was at each other's necks over like the smallest things.
That was in Parlor days. I was on Parlor.
Oh
then.
my gosh!
Oh, God.
I don't think did I meet you on? Did I follow you on Parlor?
God, I used Parlor for.
I think so.
That feels like an eternity ago.
Yeah.
I actually really liked how Parlor did its verification system. I thought that was a neat concept.
I forget what it was like.
Same.
You had a different verification depending on if you were like the influencers, political figures, and then just verified user.
Ah man,
so you just give them information that verifies you're a real person, then you're verified. But it would tell you like if it was content from someone who is probably promoting something because they're an influencer. So like you know, if it's a YouTube channel or a company, they would have a particular type.
Yeah, that does make sense.
I like that distinction.
I don't know why other platforms
I could see why it wouldn't be the norm.
Don't do that.
Well, because other platforms aren't trying to be good.
You're right. They're trying to make money.
To be fair, Parler wasn't that great either.
No, Parler was kind of broken.
It was fine for a point, but then they really broke it, and I gave up, and I stuck it out longer than a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like, when they
the upsetting thing is knowing that I'll have to go back to Twitter at some point. I'm trying not to.
I haven't had too bad of a time on Twitter.
Into doing it. No, I'm gonna coax my friend like once I start actually doing things. They're like, "Cool, can you make a Twitter and an Instagram, and then like manage that for me? Because I don't want to go on these platforms."
Instagram, I've not been using. I used to use it, but like practically overnight, just the engagement tanked, and it's like, okay, somebody clearly did something to the algorithm that screwed with me. And thanks, I spent a bunch of money advertising on that one to grow a following, and then bam, half my engagement's gone.
It's all gone.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
I've only used on Twitter like as a means to an end, but I need to put more work into it, but I'm just not invested in it. The site's miserable to go to most of the time. And I just, even when I'm not having a bad time, I never have a particularly good one. But it's where everyone else is, so at least you can get money and not have to fear saturation. So that's
Twitter
cool.
was unironically better when you could show people how to cook crack in the microwave.
I just looked at Twitter and the first thing I see is this.
Oh, hey.
I think that's an edit. I think that's an edit.
That is absolutely an edit. That is not a comic she would make. That is absolutely an edit. She was like a very prominent like Tumblr comic artist.
Yeah.
She would not make that.
I remember this.
That is a fantastic edit though.
For the audience, I'm putting that on screen. That was from Brick, who's also on Minds. You might know him.
I know
It's
Brick.
always fun.
I need to watch one, try to look out into his movie reviews. I keep forgetting he does those.
Yeah, I'm not into movies myself, so I don't really care about all that, but
I'm more into the reviews than the movies these days.
Yo.
Brick's actually pretty active on Twitter right now.
But to be fair, that new Godzilla film was pretty fucking good.
I want to see it, but of course it's not
good.
in my theater.
Yeah, for us, it was only for like a week being aired, and it was like midday on weekdays, so no one could see it anyways.
Oh, it was
Like we found one midday Sunday one, and me and my friends were like, okay, we're going to that because they're never showing them at hours that anyone could actually watch.
I remember it got a really limited release until it was extended because it actually made money.
Yeah, and it wasn't a very expensive film to make either. It was on quite a bit of a budget.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards the idea that a lot of money spent on films isn't actually spent towards the film, but shuffled around.
Yeah, just a method to gain more money a lot of the time, maybe. Just trading hands until it like increases in value because it's gone through enough high-profile people's hands.
You gotta get all the nepotism in for the cushy jobs in the industry.
Yeah, I think it's like a Silicon Valley thing where it's like people are being paid for things that don't need to be paid for. Like they're getting paid breaks, or like they have like those fancy like cafes in the middle of the office.
Oh hell, you've heard about like the writers' strike that was going on recently.
Yeah, I have lots of mixed feelings.
You've seen how much those guys get paid, right?
Yeah, it's like...
Oh, I don't have any mixed...
Complaining about not being paid enough when you're paid to do very little.
When you're getting paid like thousands a week.
Yeah, and...
Yeah.
The worst part is, like, they got a worse deal than what they wanted out of it because they kept prolonging it thinking they were winning.
The deal got worse. The content's going to keep getting worse.
Yeah, like unironically, they shot themselves in the foot by doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it was because they just weren't thinking, they weren't future-proofing us either.
Well, they're writers. They're not businessmen. They're freaking dummies.
Yeah, I'm reminded of the meme of people asking, "Oh, so you want these writers to starve?" And
starve? Have you seen like what they're worth?
Yeah,
like, if they sell some of their assets, they'll be fine for a good 20 years.
Yeah, but I was thinking about that, and I had an answer that probably would be popular.
Just yes.
Yeah,
if we learn anything from the Imagine trend that they were all seeing, Imagine. During COVID. It's like, yeah, maybe they should be left to their own devices to go insane and never interact with people ever again.
Man, I wonder if they know John Lennon's history with history.
They don't. No. You imply someone in Hollywood knows history in general.
Yeah, he has some fun. There's some funny details about it. Him you can look up. That goes against his supposed peace-loving nature.
Oh, that's something I saw on Minds recently. Apparently, John Lennon is the reason why Elvis hates the Beatles.
I guess, based Elvis?
I just think Ringo Starr's MS Paint art is ugly.
I think that's kind of the point.
Yeah,
You
doesn't
don't-
make it good though.
You don't get it, Dale. It's terrible, but how can an adult make something that terrible? That's what makes it fascinating.
And people pay
No, it
money
just
for
makes
it.
it trash.
They're not. Yeah, it's amazing how much money moves around for that.
It's starting to seem like some sort of money scheme here.
I think you can order prints of his stuff. I don't think it's necessarily like
I have a better solution.
money laundering
It's called
originals.
Saved as JPEG. Print on my Canon printer.
Wouldn't a ping be better?
You're right. Lossless compression. I still hate you though.
Well, you didn't correct me, so we're making progress.
No. I'm trying to be good. Try not to just curse every 5 seconds. Trying not to just.
So you're just that meme Dice posted on the stream chat.
Yeah. Literally me.
Yeah, like. So back on the writer's strike. I got. Let me just look up a term.
Did you see in one of there was like a report or something from like one of these Hollywood insiders and stuff, and it was they quoted someone saying like, "We just survived COVID." It's like you went from doing no work because of COVID to doing no work because of a strike. No wonder you're not making money. Like you went from one no money situation to another.
Survived
Back
COVID.
to back.
Like Hollywood was like one of the most subsidized and pandered to industries during that whole thing.
Yeah.
Nope.
And it would have affected them the least too.
Yeah.
Be nice, guys. They get paid a lot of money to ruin everything.
That is true.
That's the problem. Why would
That's
I be
Hollywood
nice
in a nutshell, though,
about
being
that?
paid a lot of money to ruin everything.
Anytime someone complains about the quality of AI written stuff, they're going to use modern writing as the argument against it.
They already do.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I do. I do. I am that argument.
Yep,
I think it's quite valid, quite frankly.
it is. I was thinking, like
You see
the AI.
Multiverse of Madness?
Yeah, but
No,
like both are bad.
one's yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
but I'd rather take the lesser of two evils, quite frankly.
The AI isn't going to
I
get.
think the AI Overlords is less evil than Hollywood.
Do you?
Well, the AI isn't going to lash out as viciously if you criticize it.
Are we sure? Maybe it just doesn't have the capabilities yet.
Well, you have to train the AI. Most modern writers are just awful by default.
Most modern writers got picked up because
And
they
the
wrote
AI
fan
actually
fiction.
has to, learn and practice writing in order for it to actually understand it.
Yeah, modern writers
Modern
don't have
writers
to do
don't
that
have
at
to
all.
do that at all. Like, here in the West, they don't. Good old Hollywood. I can't wait for Hollywood to just no longer exist, quite frankly.
Please, don't give me hope.
Oh yeah, that's a long time off, if anything, but
I mean, realistically, it shouldn't. And usually, I prefer people to learn from their mistakes than crash. But if it does happen, I'm not going to feel too bad.
This is the same industry that gives an award to pat itself on the back, and yet the people who signed up to vote on those awards don't even have to watch the films that are being presented.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
I care so little
the
about
Oscars
the
and
award
stuff
show.
don't require you to watch them.
I care so little about the award shows that I didn't even know about that little detail.
Yeah.
It's all a sham. It's literally just what do we think should be popular.
Thanks, Dale. Very happy the gaming industry is trying to emulate this.
Total
Desperately.
astroturfing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, it's quite funny because I've just played through the newest Spider-Man game and they're quite upset they didn't win any awards. It's like,
who cares?
I'm surprised from like an industry standpoint they didn't.
Yeah.
Like, just sucking off the industry for the sake of sucking off the industry. But like, it's because their game's mediocre. It's not that impressive. Yes, yeah. But in saying that, Baldur's Gate looks extremely mediocre, and that won it. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just whatever they think is going to be popular.
Baldur's Gate. I want to like it so bad, but I can't. Like, for one thing, I can't even play it. It crashes still. It still crashes on my PC.
I can't get over the fact that there's less customization in that game for character design than there was in their last game.
That wasn't their last game from
insane.
How old is their last
Divinity
game?
Original Sin 2 is like, it's like 6 years, isn't it? Maybe 8.
Oh, I was thinking. I didn't know they made. I only knew about their Baldur's Gate series. I just knew that the last Baldur's Gate was. It looks very.
So the
last
studio
Baldur's
behind Baldur's Gate 3
was not the same studio.
Not the same studio at all.
Oh, that explains so much.
So, Divinity Original Sin 2 was Larian's game before Baldur's Gate, and it was 2017, late 2017. And from what I've seen of Baldur's Gate 3, Divinity Original Sin 2 looks like it has lots more content in general. Like, the only difference is cutscenes, in terms of like what Baldur's Gate has that Divinity doesn't.
And then the characters are all annoying, but they get so much praise online. I can't go like a day without somebody like
the voice acting I've heard in that
cooming
game,
over Asterion, who is literally the most obnoxious character.
Yeah.
I freaking hate my generation. We have terrible taste.
Maybe
Personally, if I'm gonna play one of these D&D Pathfinder RPGs, I think I'm gonna play the actual Pathfinder ones. Because they seem to just have a little bit better writing and voice direction.
Are they turn-based?
Because Owlcat's a lot smaller. Yeah, they can be turn-based or real-time. You can switch between the two. And depending on what build you're doing, it depends on which mode you're going for, because yeah, it's fun. But like usually everything works still turn-based in real time. So like everything will be like slightly delayed. It's hard to explain.
Is it like the old school D&D games, like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2?
I don't know, I only played a little bit of Baldur's Gate 2 because I didn't know you could do that in turn-based when I played it.
Well, you can't do it in turn-based. I'm talking about the real-time where it's like pause, but everything is on the... It's like on the prescribed time scale.
So it's not paused if you're doing real-time in Wrath of the Righteous. The way it does it is everyone does their things, and whoever has the first initiative, they get to do their actions first, and then it's all based on like 6 seconds is a round approximately, right?
Yeah, that's
So
how.
everything has approximately a 6 second time cooldown.
Yeah, that's how.
And wherever you are in the
works.
initiative is when that cooldown will go.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's how the old Baldur's Gates did it.
Okay.
There is no turn-based option though.
In Wrath of the Righteous you can do just straight. Normally I just play turn-based. It depends, like if I'm in an area that's just like there's no point fighting the combat with tactics because it'll just mow through everything. Just put it in real time and just watch the enemies explode on impact.
Uh-huh.
For now, though, I'm gonna bounce, and before I do that, it is technically Christmas Eve for me, so Merry Christmas to you guys, and enjoy your Christmas Eve tomorrow.
Merry Christmas from the path, Dale.
See you
Merry
guys.
Christmas,
Take care.
Dale.
I'll see you soon.
Take care.
Well, I started drawing a whole new thing. Because we were talking for so long.
I can hang for a bit more. Since we're on games, I did recently pick up the Mega Man X Legacy Collection, the first part. Yeah. I may return it because I got the Steam version before I looked closely at the reviews. Apparently, there's an input lag issue I may run into, so I might just settle for the Switch version because for some reason, like you said, game devs don't want to invest in too much in PC gaming.
Which is crazy.
Even for ports. I got that specifically because a bunch of my friends were explaining Mega Man to me and how X is it's a bit of a wild ride story-wise with what happens. A little grim. And I learned that apparently it was more or less supposed to end at X4, which is where the first part of the Legacy Collection ended, but it kept going and went in a downward slope. 5 is considered okay. Opinions tend to vary, but 6 through 8 are pretty bad. But which is funny because that means 3 out of 4 games in the collection are probably some of the worst that Mega Man X has to offer. 6 apparently has a lot of problems but keeps the same format. 7 is probably what killed the series prematurely. Because it was in the era of 3D. Moving to 3D, no matter what, whether or not it worked out for the game, you had to keep up on the trend.
It didn't kill that technology.
Yeah, it didn't kill Capcom like a lot of other developers, but it was a very rough game, to be polite. And they sort of upped the quality with 8. That was a 3D game as well. But it still had so many issues that the series has been on ice ever since the PS1 days.
Oh, they're not making them anymore?
Not Mega Man X specifically. Mega Man has had a bunch of sub-series, and they've kind of shifted through them.
Oh, yeah, I've definitely heard Mega Man fans talk about the different things, and it's like they're all completely different from each other.
They are like
the Battle Network, I guess, is like a totally different game.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a branching timeline, like Mega Man X and the Zero games, and I think Legends is like the Dr. Light and Dr. Wily conflicts just spanning through the ages and more just keeps affecting things and causing the table to get flipped constantly to the point that humanity is just constantly suffering and being destroyed.
Oh, that sounds pleasant. I didn't know Mega Man was post-apocalyptic.
It gets that way. As far as Legends goes, technically, I don't. Do you mind some spoilers?
I will probably never play another Mega Man.
I need to check into it for myself to know for sure, but as far as I know, in Mega Man Legends, it looks pretty bright and shiny, but I technically don't think there are any humans alive in that game. And everything seems to take high in the sky, which of course makes you wonder what's going on the ground down there. As for the Mega Man Battle Network and Mega Man Star Force, I believe they're like an alternate telling of what if Dr. Wily and Dr. Light's conflict focused on software instead of hardware. And quality-wise, they worked out better. Mega Man Battle Network especially. Star Force, as far as I know, it at least hadn't suffered any major issues that are talked about, but I don't think it's as popular. Battle Network is grid-based, where you can make decks of cards for certain attacks. And you basically you can move around the grid and do different things. In this case, it's a top-down 2D kind of style, whereas Mega Man Battle Network, it's third person in 3D, where you move around the character, and instead of a whole set of grids, it's just 3 sets that you slide around left, middle, and right, while the enemy bounces around a bigger grid. And of course, there's some overworld exploration. It's fun.
Battle Network sounds like it might be somewhat interesting for me.
If you look up a trailer, you'll see and watch some gameplay, you'll be able to see what it's about, what like some of the strategizing and what you can do is about. It's not hard to understand. That's a good thing. And it's one of the games that got a collection. So if you do get it, probably for Switch or console, you won't be investing too much. Let me double check to make sure. Because Capcom's actually been doing all right with putting some collections out. Man, yeah, Battle Network Legacy Collection. It's not on sale, but it's got. Oh wait, never mind. It's split into. I forgot it. It's split into two volumes, quote unquote. So there's the first. Yeah, so there's the first version, the second, which is $40 in total. It could go on sale someday, like Mega Man X, but that remains to be seen.
What are those for console-wise? I probably don't even have a console for them.
Let's have a look. Nope. According to this, Nintendo Switch, PS4, probably available on, maybe available on PS5, and Steam.
Oh, Steam. Okay, I do have a computer.
I love my pewter, where all my games are. Oh, wait a second, I forgot. Apparently, it's lists that it has 10 games here, but at Mega Man 3, they did the Pokemon thing where they had Mega Man Battle Network 3 Blue, Mega Man Battle Network 3 White, and so on.
Oh, okay.
So it technically is 5 games in total. I thought that was weird. That they were able to split up 5 games like that. As far as I know, they are good games. I just think that the Legacy Collection format isn't as good for them in this case. It makes more sense with Mega Man X. The problem is the quality of this series as a whole, specifically the latter half. They collected some of the worst versions in the second volume, and the decent one does not get high praise. Yeah. Unfortunate. As for Mega Man X, consensus I've gotten it would be to play the first 4. The last 4 are skippable, and you go into the 0 games where you focus on X's friend and rival, Zero.
Yeah, I've heard about Zero.
Yep. He's a cool guy that doesn't afraid of anything.
He has the long flowing locks, does he not?
Yes, the very long hair. That's how you know he's cool. A villain wouldn't take care of his hair like that.
He wouldn't let it blow in the wind.
How else would the artist? He wouldn't make it a little bit easier for the artist to make the pose look dynamic.
Speaking of dynamic poses.
Let's have a look.
Working on one right now, kinda. Trying to.
It's not easy. Spreading the legs is one thing that helps. Legs are some of the most annoying things to need to draw in poses because there's only so many ways you can make them move.
Doesn't help that I'm drawing a furry here.
Yeah. He can be kind of hard to draw. The worst part would be that if you do get good at drawing feet, people will look at you and think, you're suspiciously good at drawing feet.
And if you're good at drawing furries, it's even worse.
So you'll just be doing something. You'll open your commissions. You'll get an email that's the message will be I can make you a very rich man from some suspiciously wealthy furry.
From Mr. Business.
Yeah. You be able to buy a new car and mansion. You just have to make the most depraved art possible. So anyway, something that isn't that. He's looking good.
His legs are looking a little lopsided.
Oh, that's very thick.
Whoops.
Don't think that's supposed to happen.
Just the wrong hotkey, that's all it is.
It happens. Since we were talking about Mega Man, I think one of the first games I played was Star Force, which is funny because after Star Force and maybe one or two other games, that was the time that Mega Man kind of faded away, which was weird because Capcom had 5 sub-series, and I believe you may have heard of the most infamous case where they had Mega Man Legacy 3, which was apparently going to have community contributions of some kind. That was canceled out of nowhere, and no one knows why to this day.
Community contributions were kind of a thing with Mega Man, weren't they? Like, they'd have fans designing bosses and stuff, I think.
I haven't heard of that, but it wouldn't surprise me. That seems to be one of the main distinctions for this game, and people just really liked Mega Man Legends. And the Capcom canned it out of nowhere, and eventually just shoved Mega Man off to the side until Mega Man 11 happened, and we haven't heard anything since. I get that Mega Man doesn't actually have amazing sales, but it does sell, and I don't know if Capcom just wants to focus solely on Monster Hunter and Street Fighter.
Well, they keep pumping out new ones, so probably.
Yeah, Monster Hunter is kind of Street Fighter does one thing and spams DLC because that's the meta with fighting games, which will never change. As far as I can tell, Monster Hunter doesn't come up as frequently, but it's pretty much Capcom's Pokemon. Like, it's super popular and always makes the money.
And they keep releasing a new one like every couple years.
Yeah, Gonzo explained that they had a philosophy, which I did realize looking back. They usually make one for a console and one for a handheld market with different design philosophies. I believe the general rule of thumb is that the console versions, in this case, which, as well as the PC version with Rise, is that it's chunkier, more methodical, and you have to be more careful about planning things out in your movement. Whereas the ones for handheld games, or in this case the Switch, are designed to be faster and flashier. You're gonna die a lot either way if you're not careful, but they approach things differently. That seems to be the case, and it seems like they only do it once a generation. So there's not as many titles as Pokemon. And the games have done really well. So they look cool. So I don't have any problem with that. I just don't know how. I want to try Rise. I don't know how much I get into the series because it is a lot of planning and grinding.
Yeah, grinding is kind of a sticking point. I'm also just not a fan of action games generally.
Yeah, Monster Hunter is pretty much Dark Souls with color because you have big boss battles and monsters to deal with as the main quests. They also have timers of 50 minutes. You can go up to 50 minutes because some monsters are generally tough. And it's probably the case with older ones, but I know in newer ones, the monsters can run away and go to different areas in the map especially if they get too low and need to rest up.
Yeah.
So you have to chase them around, and you've got equipment to worry about. You've got to worry about the sharpness of your blade and having the right setup, having traps and things to hit them with at a distance.
The sharpness of your blunt weapon.
Yeah. You're joking, but I feel like that you actually do sharpen your blunt weapon.
I'm pretty sure you do. That's why I made the joke.
Yeah.
I've seen quite a bit of gameplay of it.
I wonder if that was the case for the 3DS version, because a big selling point was all the crazy weapons you have, which included ranged weapons. You probably have to sharpen your bow. Make sure to get good shots off. Let's see. I'm gonna look into some recent Capcom releases, because these have a lot of problems, but when Capcom releases a good game, it always seems to be some pretty impressive stuff. Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh boy, I believe that is Monster Hunter for the phone. Wait, never mind. I may have been thinking of something else. I don't want to badmouth the game. Let's see. Brand new entry in the award-winning series for PS5, Xbox Series S, and PC or Steam. Okay, I'm not going to look too deeply into this, but it does seem to be following off of Worlds. Some other stuff. Mega Man. Oh, Monster Hunter Rise. They had the DLC for Sunbreak. DLC for it, Sunbreak, a while ago. Street Fighter 6, which looks good, and of course has the silly character creator. I forgot about this. Mega Man X Dive Offline. This is a Mega Man gacha, pretty much a Mega Man gacha game that I think it follows some platforming similar to. Yeah, it looks like it's similar to Mega Man X. It was. Wait a second. Let me check Steam. The phone game was shut down, but come on. Mega Man. Yeah, they had a separate Steam version for offline after it was shut down. Pretty much a really extended what if series, where you're preserving data in a database, and I think the data are your characters.
That's a Mega Man game?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mega Man. Yeah, gotcha Mega Man.
Yeah, it sounds like a gotcha setup.
Yep. And looks like it's scheduled for March 22nd next year. We're getting a sequel to Dragon's Dogma.
Oh yeah. Thought you were gonna say Dragon's Lair for a second.
Nope. I remember Dragon's Dogma. It seemed pretty well liked. So, still surprised it got a new entry. And also, of course, Resident Evil 4.
Oh boy.
Which makes me wonder if they're going to try to redo Resident Evil 5. Because they're running out of games to remake.
Yeah, they're making remakes faster than they can make new ones.
Yep. I don't know if they can at this, and with like 5 and was a little off, and 6 was not very well liked.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, 6 was actually.
Oh, you talking about the originals?
Of Resident Evil.
Yeah, 6 was kind of like an action game mostly, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it leaned really hard into that. I think 5 kind of leaned into that, but not quite as much. And after 6, the series kind of went on ice for a while until they went to first-person Resident Evil for 7. And stuck with that for 8. Which did pay off, I believe.
Yeah,
I hope.
I'm not big on horror stuff, especially like zombie things. If there's one genre that's played out, it might be the zombie apocalypse genre.
No, Dice, you don't understand. In Resident Evil 7, they're not zombies. They're mold.
They're shambling mold people. Not shambling corpses.
Exactly.
Sci-fi
just like The Last of Us 2.
Sci-fi zombies are like the worst.
What are sci-fi zombies like?
You know, the ones that are like, oh, this is from a virus or whatever. The real world ones.
What are some examples? I've never seen sci-fi zombies.
Sci-fi zombies are just literally like any modern zombies.
Oh.
They're not fantasy.
I can't think of any kinds of sci-fi with zombies in their setting.
Well, if a modern setting has zombies, it's sci-fi.
Oh.
Like by default. Unless there's magic involved, then it would be fantasy, I guess.
I guess. I wouldn't consider it. Well, yeah, it would technically be sci-fi. I always think something futuristic from science fiction, but that does count.
Yeah, it's like Pokemon is sci-fi.
Yeah. You're right, but mentally it feels weird to agree. And I wasn't paying too much attention, but I do remember for the period where everything was spamming zombies.
Aren't they still doing that?
Kind of. I haven't seen it a lot.
Maybe it's just because people still play some of those old games, but I don't know, I feel like I see zombies everywhere. You still got The Last of Us getting like talked about constantly. Walking Dead has still been a thing for pretty recently.
Yeah. The Last of Us, that's because it's the only game Naughty Dog has released in like a decade. And they just made the sequel and they just keep re-releasing it. Let's see.
All I'm saying is zombies have really overstayed their welcome.
Yep.
And I didn't really like them to begin with. If you're gonna have zombies, I'd better see necromancers too.
Yeah. I'm looking at their Wikipedia page, and after The Last of Us, they had the DLC The Last of Us Left Behind, The Last of Us Remastered for PS4. They had Uncharted 4 and the DLC for that. Then they had The Last of Us Part 2, Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, Last of Us Part 1, The Last of Us for PS5, The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered for PS5. Which is coming in 2024. But yeah, a lot of remasters.
For their one game.
Yeah. Uncharted 2, which actually is kind of justified. Especially because, hey, PC release. That's how you know things are looking good. No longer exclusive. Actually, I do enjoy the Uncharted games, but I haven't been able to try out 4, and some stuff I've heard has put me off of trying it a bit. As for the original trilogy, I really like it, but things kind of fell off with the third game. I don't know why. I think it peaked at the second. And the third, it's the case where when a game fails, you can tell it's the feeling of them trying and things not working out. So I don't have any bad memories of it. It just didn't give me the same impact as the first, or especially the second. But then again, a lot of series in a trilogy. It seems like with the second game, that's where they get the most of their ideas and the fixes they want out of their system.
That seems like a pretty common thing of trilogies in general.
Yep.
The second one is kind of where people feel like they've hit their stride.
That was something I got from a Did You Know Gaming and fact video that had an interview with the Portal devs. The reason that Valve can't count to 3, quote unquote, is because a lot of devs get their improvements and most of what they want to do with the series out on the second, so there's not a lot of drive to move with the third entry. Since in a good number of cases, the 2 is from multiplayer games. That does make sense because you don't really have an end point with multiplayer games.
Yeah.
It also helps that some of their other stuff is really good. Like Portal and Half-Life are going to be selling forever.
I kind of feel like if I got everything I want into a game, I'd still want to make more of that game to fit more of what I want in there.
Yeah. Ideally, it's going to be something that someone wants to do. Though I imagine that with the amount of time that can go into making a game, especially back then when downside was devs literally killing themselves to get stuff done, they may also feel interested in being burnt out and trying to move on, or at least trying to make something else. One thing I like to see from big companies is when they make smaller, more experimental stuff. It's very interesting to see small projects from the big companies.
Like PT?
You mean PT, the game by Konami?
Sure.
Wait,
the
what
one
do you
that
mean?
was teased and was never released.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah,
The
that
horror
one.
game.
The one that was cancelled before a series of very bad decisions from Konami. Jeez, that was a time. I don't think Konami ever recovered. I think they published like 1 or 2 games, but it's mostly just been re-releases at this point. As far as big new releases, the biggest they've had would be the sequel to the Bomberman game.
Sequel to Bomberman.
Yeah,
Is it
they made
Bomberman 2?
Of course not. There have been not. You think it's that simple with just 1 and 2?
Are they a Japanese company?
Oh my god.
If it's a Japanese company, then I know that they've got all kinds of EX and VX and versions and Z's and...
Holy cow. Do you want me to read it? Do you want me to read out all of them? There must be at least 30 titles.
Go for it. We got nothing else to do. I'm just coloring in things right now.
1 second. Okay, gotta keep myself down. So this is gonna be an ASMR, the entire Bomberman series stream. The first one is Bomberman for a bunch of systems. I think.
For a bunch of systems.
I'm not reading all this, but it was on the NES and a bunch of other stuff. Yep, that's Bomberman. Next is 3D Bomberman. That doesn't have its own Wikipedia entry. Next comes... There's a separate entry listed here for Bomberman NES. So the original was released on a bunch of other stuff, then on Nintendo's. Next is... Okay, the first one was 1983, 1984, 1985, 1987 we have Bomber King, an action puzzle game developed for the MSX and Nintendo Entertainment System. After that is 1990, Bomber Boy, because everyone wants the kid version of something. Oh, pardon me, it's Atomic Punk in the West. How silly.
Atomic Punk?
Yes. Because we all love brand recognition.
I have no idea what that is.
It's the localized name of Bomber Boy.
Oh.
They had a bunch of kid versions back then. After that is Bomberman, but it's Bomberman 1990. You can tell it's cooler because it has a realistic painted graphics of real... I gotta post this. From 1990.
Okay, I can't get over the fact that they needed to localize something by removing the name Bomberman.
Yeah. Look at this cover art.
It's Among Us.
I hate you so much right now.
Chat, look. I know some of you are watching. Look, it's Among Us.
Sus. Oh my gosh. we had some wild box art back in the 90s. Okay. After 1990, we have Bomberman the arcade game in 1991, along with Bomberman 2 and Bomberman King. Oh my goodness. Bomber King Scenario 2, which was localized as Blaster Master Jr. or Blaster Master Boy in North America.
Blaster Master, that's one I've heard of.
Wait, yeah, this is related to Blaster Master Boy. Yeah, they're actually... Which does remind me that Bomberman did have another odd crossover, but we'll get to that later. Next in 1992, Bomberman World, which looks to be a sequel to the arcade game. Yep. And along with Bomberman 93. That's not me saying it's from 1993, which it is. It has 93 on the title.
Of course. They have to put titles on years.
Exactly.
Years and titles.
It looks like Bomberman Q3 though.
How else would you know that it's futuristic if we didn't put the title in or the year in the title?
This is Bomberman Q3. The sequel to Persona Q2. Also, this is some weird art. I am so used to the realistic painted style. Okay, after that comes Super Bomberman for the SNES in 1993, and okay, in 1993 we had Bomberman 94, which in a more smart case of localization was renamed to... Well, it was renamed Mega... It has the title Mega Bomberman and the...
Mega Man?
Yeah.
Are we on Mega Man again?
No, just Mega Bomberman.
Mega Bomberman.
Yeah, that makes more sense than Bomberman 94 at least, which came out in 93. In 94 we had Super Bomberman 2, simple enough. Bomberman GB for...
For the Game Boy? Is that for the Game Boy perhaps?
Yeah. However, apparently the first entry was Bomberman GB, released as Wario Blast featuring Bomberman.
Wario Blast?
Yes. So Bomberman got sidelined in his own game in the localization.
Wario is just that much of a king.
That's actually something Mario would do, as long as he was getting money out of it. So that's what you get when you're canonically immortal. Just to avoid spikes. Anyway, after that comes Mega Bomberman. Okay, they released 2 different releases. Bomberman 94 localized as Mega Bomberman, and the last one from 1994, Bomberman Panic Bomber. I'm not going to try and explain the differences for all these, but in this case, this does look... It actually looks like something similar to a Dr. Mario Tetris style game.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best comparison. Though I am thinking of Wario's Woods.
Puyo.
Yeah. Next is Super Bomberman 3 1995. Bomberman GB2. Oh, get this. The Bomberman GB2 was just released as, according to this, it was just released as Bomberman GB, because the original Bomberman GB was released as the Wario crossover. And then they released Bomberman Panic Bomber in 1995 again. Next we get Super Bomberman 4. Yeah, there's still this is the 4th entry of this sub-series for one console, the SNES. Then we get Saturn Bomberman, which is self-explanatory. Then we get... Okay. Let's just check this out. Bomberman GB, which was not released outside of Japan, so no localization change. Oh my god. Dice.
Yes.
Do you remember the hit Marvel shooting toy franchise produced in Japan, Beat 'em On?
What? Marvel shooting? Is that what
you
said? Okay. I thought you said Marvel for a second. I was like, are they doing Marvel things back then?
I remember this specifically because I was sometimes as a kid, I wake up early, I catch these weird shows put in the morning slot. I'm pretty sure Beat 'em On was one of them. It was you'd have a little figure you'd shoot marbles out of and have to and I think hit the other little figure, and it was of course Beyblade levels of really high exaggeration.
It sounds like Beyblade.
Yep.
Just from your description.
So I never watched much of it. I think I caught like near the end of the series, but apparently Bomberman had a crossover with that in 1996.
Bomberman gets around, huh?
Yeah, I'm halfway through, but I'm committing to this. Unless you want to end stream, which I will not keep you from. But in 1997, we have Super Bomberman 5 for the SNES. Oh my goodness. It's at least the final game, but 5 sub-series on one games in a sub-series on one console. Next, Neo Bomberman, an arcade game, 1997. Atomic Bomberman, 1997. Bomberman 64, getting into the 3D era. Saturn Bomberman Fight, second game for the Saturn. And Pocket Bomberman, which of course is for the GB color. After that, 1998, Bomberman World, Bomberman Wars, Bomberman Hero, Bomberman Fantasy Race, Bomberman Party Edition, and Bomberman Quest. That is 6 Bomberman games in 1998, which I think is the most so far. Next, Bomberman, Beatman, Bakugaiden, The Road to Victory in 1999. So yeah, another Beatman crossover. Hype as it gets. Bomberman 64, The Second Attack. Bomberman Max.
I wonder what it is that has made people continue to buy Bombermans, that they would keep putting them out.
Are you trying to say that Bomberman is not the bomb?
Bomberman seems kind of niche. I don't hear many people talking about it.
That's the weird thing, because I know he's pop. He has a dedicated niche, and he's at least probably somewhere a bit below Mega Man in terms of just being well known. But yeah, Mega Man had he's had way more games than Mega Man, and I consider him to have had a good number of games before he tempered out. And also of course a lot of localization changes. Bomberman Max. Oh my goodness. Bomberman Max went for the Pokemon thing and went Bomberman Max Blue Champion and Bomberman Max Red Champion.
Now, lots of games seem to be going for the Pokemon thing, huh?
Yeah.
Well, maybe not lots of them, but an unusually large amount.
They might have been trying to like mimic what Pokemon was doing. I know with Pokemon, part of it's of course for sales, but there is the game, like the tradition region of you buy one version to play with another and encourage trading.
Yeah.
Ironically, I think that's one thing that's improved over time because you don't need a link cable to do it and you can do it online.
Yeah, that's something I always had a hard time with when I was playing emulators.
Yeah. Yeah. But we're talking about Bomberman, not Pokemon or the weird trends of it. Next, we're here to the big 2000 with what may be the second longest title. Bomberman, Beatman, Bakugaiden, 5 Final Mega Tunes.
Do they have Bomberman, what is that other thing?
Which one?
The other thing it was crossed over with, like 3 times now.
Beatman.
Okay. Do they have Bomberman, Beatman, Bakugan, Beyblade?
we're getting dangerously close because we've had 2 Baku Gaiden games.
We're trying to break the matrix here. I need to know.
We do not, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame.
We're so close to summoning Bomberman's equivalent to Cthulhu. But we do have Bomberman Land 2001 bringing us Bomberman Tournament, Bomberman Online for the Dreamcast because
the Dreamcast was online.
That genuinely blows my mind. Again, apparently the GameCube had online features that were barely used too. So what do I know? Next, you're gonna love this dice. Of course, we got Bomberman Kart. Are you a mascot if you don't have a kart racing game?
I guess not.
Speaking of which, dice, looking forward to
creatures racing, huh?
Glad I could join you on the Creature Card cast. It's been dope. Now back to the Bomberman title cast. Bomberman 64 again in 2001.
Have they made a game called 64 that's not for the Nintendo 64?
No.
And this is just a general question, not for Bomberman. It seems like a joke somebody would make.
It's such a specific number that I don't think anyone would have the chance to do it and make sense. No, 64 is pretty much. It's just so tied with janky graphics of that console. So I don't think you can. Shame Nintendo patented the number 64. But we're not onto 64, we're onto 2. Bomberman Max 2 to be specific. With Bomberman Max 2 Blue Advance and Bomberman Max 2 Red Advance for the GBA.
Well, what about Bomberman Max Payne? Surely they did that crossover, right?
No, but I've got important confirmation. Have a look at this. Guess who you can play as?
This better be Vegeta or something.
No, better.
You can play Bomberman as Bomberman. Wow.
Play Bomberman and Bomberman. What more could you ask for?
I never expected to be able to play Bomberman in a Bomberman game.
Yeah, imagine focusing on your characters and their franchise. Wish we did. Glad we don't do that anymore.
At least Wario didn't steal his thunder this time.
Not today. Next is Bomberman Generation. Clearly an idea, the name that Sonic would steal for Sonic Generations, but adding an S. Typical artist move. Oh. Actually, this isn't a game title, but I guess it still counts. Bomberman Jetters, the legendary Bomberman, which is an anime, apparently. Which apparently spawned 2 manga series and 3 video games. And surprisingly did get a Western release. Speaking of game, looks like they have the game tie-out ready for Bomberman Jetters in 2002. Next we had Bomberman Online PC. Coming in hot and spicy with these peak PC graphics. And you know that the rule of thumb, the worse it looks, the better it plays.
Damn.
It actually does look pretty cool. But I don't know if I'd want to go back to.
Look at those gorgeous 3D graphics. Maybe, kinda, I don't know.
Look at the.
You definitely can't turn the perspective on that.
I think you can, but we'd probably have an out-of-bounds experience if we did.
Don't want to break the fourth wall. We better get off of that.
We don't want to break the map. Next, in 2003, we have. Okay, this has this may be the longest title if I go onto the page. Bomberman Land 2, the biggest theme park in game history, as it's translated from Japanese, because it never left that country. Next, and after that is Bomberman Jetter's game collection. Oh, I actually missed. Oh, why is there a game collection? What? Alright, moving on from that. Next is, okay, another version of Bomberman Online Net the Bomber in 2004. Oh, of course, Bomberman Hardball, the sports game spin-off.
You know what? It just dawned on me. What the hell is Bomberman Online for? Why do you need to be online for Bomberman?
Well, we do have online, like, playing with other people online, I suppose.
It's just online competitive?
Oh, wait a second. In early 2003, after the beta testing phase, Bomberman Online was shut down in Japan. So I guess we don't need it for anything.
They realized you don't need Bomberman Online.
Yeah. Apparently there's a fan-based version of it, but the website states that it was shut down for debugging, but it never actually came out. So, go figure. Maybe there was another version. But right now we're here for the winners. And after Bomberman Hardball, we have Bomberman DS in 2005. Bomberman Panic Bomber, which appears to be a remake of one of the older games. Bomberman Land 3, which doesn't actually have its own page. It leads to a company, which I assumed made it. But anyway, Bomberman Land Touch, puzzle video game.
That must be a DS thing.
Oh yeah, the Touch series gave it away. Why else would you put Touch in your title?
We gotta make sure the gimmick is properly advertised.
You gotta make it obvious so that smartphones can steal it later. Next is Bomberman PSP. Oh, Dice, I'm up to a timeless classic. The one Bomberman that defined an era. Bomberman Act 0.
Act 0? Oh no.
Act
oh wow.
0.
That's completely different.
The 0 is for how many people remember this take on Bomberman.
The 0 is because it's clearly cooler than the other ones. You can
Zero
tell by
is-
the Space Marine design of Bomberman and the realistic painting.
0 is, of course, the coolest number. It's shaped like a donut. Who doesn't like donuts?
It has a line through the middle of it.
Oh my, exactly. Oh my gosh. Maximum edge. I'm cutting myself right now on this commentary. We have to move on before I hurt myself.
0 made you emo.
0 has me crawling in my skin, and these wounds will not heal. It was not a good game.
I just realized the cover art for it is like the exact proportions that I'm drawing my stuff in.
Oh my. Maybe we know where you got your inspiration from, Dice. Huh?
So all revealed, I'm secretly a Bomberman something 0 fan.
The Bomberman Act 0 fandom still lives on, folks. You heard it right here.
I definitely played the Xbox 360 a significant amount of time.
Like a true gamer. But are you gamer enough to play Bomberman Land, known in Japan as Bomberman Land Wii?
Bomberman Land Wii?
Apparently Wii is part of the title.
Okay. I take it as the console Wii, not Wii.
It could be both, but it is in fact the console Wii. We're up to 2007. Next is
well, I am going to save this because I don't want to scare again.
I'm gonna go on. Bomberman Story DS. Can you guess what consoles that's for?
The Nintendo Dual Screen?
No, actually it's for the DS. Fun fact, the DS and Nintendo DS stands for dual screen, but it's not called the dual screen, it's DS. Totally different for realsies.
It is clearly the dual screen.
No, it's DS.
Look, I'm not Japanese. I don't speak in abbreviations.
Well, neither am I. I'm just going by what I read, and reading is hard.
Especially when it's moon runes.
Yeah. Speaking of reading, we're getting close to the end. Bomberman Land on PSP. Bomberman Live for the Xbox Live Arcade. That's definitely still around.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it has a big fan base.
The Bomberman Live fandom is only rivaled by the Bomberman Act Zero fandom. Bomberman Land Touch 2. Of course, the touch is from the Touch Generations, because you can touch the screen, look at it, it's super cool. Bomberman, alright, we're almost close to the end, let's bring it on home. 2008, Bomberman Blast, Bomberman 2 for DS. What the heck?
2008 is almost home.
It's not quite Bomberman Act Zero, but this is a little off-brand for him.
Hold on, I gotta pull up Discord again. Oh, he's in the metaverse.
Guys, please be cool and say the Matrix. Oh wait, is Matrix cool?
I'd call it the thing in the Real Adventures of Johnny Quest, but I don't remember what they call it in that one.
I guess he is in the metaverse. Shoot. He's cut in some sort of in a world made up of ones and zeros, a cyber space, if you will.
You know, I gotta say, he might be a little more high res than the metaverse. He seems a bit advanced.
I know he's got more polygons than the metaverse.
It definitely has more polygons.
Does he have more polygons than 2009's Bomberman Ultra or Bomberman Blitz?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Those sound pretty cool.
Yeah. Bomberman Blitz is a DSiWare title, so maybe. But after that, we've got 2010's Bomberman Live Battle Fest. This looks like it would be a Mario Party style game, but apparently it's more standard Bomberman.
That's standard Bomberman?
Gameplay wise. After that, we've got Bomberman Dojo, which doesn't have its own page, and believe it or not, there is a 7-year gap before the next Bomberman.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, Yeah, apparently no one got tired after. We're not gonna count how many Bombermans there were. Anyway, we've got Super Bomberman R for the Switch, Super Bomberman R Online, which doesn't have its own release, but I remember this. This
Wait,
was
another online one?
It's the Steam version of Super Bomberman R. Then there's Amazing Bomberman in 2022, which I don't know anything about, and this year's Super Bomberman R2. I'm reminded that there is apparently a Bomber Girls game, but I'm not going to look into that.
Oh, there has to be a Bomber Girl game.
Of course.
Just like there has to be a Mrs. Pac-Man.
She's not Mrs. Pac-Man anymore.
Oh?
Let me. There were apparently some copyright issues. Let's see, Miss Pac-Man. Let's see. Oh yeah, last year, Miss Pac-Man is being replaced, and a new character, Pac-Mom, appears in a recent re-release of Pac-Land.
Pac-Mom?
Yes.
Interesting.
Not Miss Pac-Man anymore.
Holy hell, I just looked at your levels on OBS. You've probably been like clipping the audio the entire time.
Oh.
You're not even talking that loud, it's just...
I actually had to speak lower, sorry. I really hope I wasn't cutting in and out the whole time.
It's probably because I adjusted things during the karaoke stream yesterday.
Oh dear.
And I forgot to move them back, oh well.
I do hope everyone got enough information about Bomberman R.
I hope they didn't miss anything.
The Bomberman franchise, you know everything you need to know. Your life has just been improved. I don't know how, though. And I'm starting to think that Goeth is influencing me a little too much.
This will be the new thing that happens when the streams go long. We just start talking about some random thing that we can list off perpetually.
That's how the streams start out.
I don't know about you, but I start out by talking about the things I'm going to be doing in the stream. Then you guys come in.
You set up a lot of plans, then we open the door and it crashes into the table, and you just roll with whatever happens.
And productivity goes down the toilet. But anyways, I just finished this thing and saved it all in different formats, so should probably call it quits before we get on to something else, because it's 11:36. And all I've eaten today is popcorn.
Dude, this isn't you. That's not how you do intermittent fasting.
It is when I don't want to eat a whole meal right before the stream, or when I don't have time.
Where does the time go?
Down the drain.
Yep.
But anyways, hey everybody, hey chat, hey lurkers, how's it going? You know what you should do? You should subscribe. You should do that right meow, and you can see more creatures. You can see more creatures get made, and actually in the near future we're probably going to be bringing back the playtest streams. So if you want to see the game get played, I'm going to be doing that eventually. Just a matter of getting things organized and together and finding people to do it with on a semi-regular basis. And yeah, We'll do some actual TTRPG, not Pokemons, to show off to y'all. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm calling it quits now, so we're gonna leave.
Bye.
Goodbye.